Let me just say a word. I know you've been imbibing Jungian thought now for some time, but let me just say a word about uh, the context of our topic for today, and why I think it's an important topic, and then we will jump in. My plan really is for us to examine what I would want you to think of as the geography of inner space this morning before lunch. A Jungian way of thinking about the geography of inner space. And then after lunch, we will try to look at practical applications with regard to relationships, more generally, between men and women, and specifically sexual dysfunction and sexual therapy. For those of you that work in that area, you should say something to me about things that you're, maybe at the breaks or at lunch, you should mention to me things that you're particularly interested in so that I can try to touch on it. And also feel free to raise your hand and interrupt me at any time for a question of clarification, because this is a lot of material to get in one shot in one day, and we're just going to be hitting the high points. So if you feel confused, it's not you, it's that there's overload, information overload. So feel free to interrupt, and we will try to clarify as we go. Let me just say a little bit about Jungian thought. I'm not a Jungian because I don't know anything else. You know, I mean, I think a lot of people sometimes get that idea about Jungians. I was an Adlerian psychoanalyst before I was a Jungian psychoanalyst, and my first book was a Freudian book. And I have studied extensively at Freudian institutes and have had a lot of experience in extensive experience with Gestalt and other systems of thought. And I have taught comparative psychotherapeutic theory and therapies at the doctoral level for many years, more than I'd like to admit. So I am a Jungian because I think that it is far more adequate as a psychology of the human, the fullness of the human, than any other system. Far and away. It is so far ahead, superior to whatever is in second place, in my view, that it merits all of the pain and suffering and money you have to spend to study it. I won't get into that. But one of my friends said to me this week, he was thinking, somebody asked him about why he was interested in Jungian, particularly Jungian perspective. He said, well, you know, the difference between the Jungian perspective and, say, for example, a Freudian perspective, he says, you know, when you go to Freudian, it's like this guy works in carpentry, and he said, it's like, you know, you go to a Freudian and they come and inspect the house, and they point out all the places of dry rot, you know, and the really inadequate systems and the places where the bricks are coming loose and the foundation's weak and so forth and so on. And tell you how much it's probably going to maybe cost to repair it. We can't be sure. You know. And he said, at least when you go to a Jungian, that is, at least, and we'll make the distinction in a minute between classical Jungians and so-called archetypal psychologists, in my opinion. But anyway, if you go to a Jungian, they have a copy of the blueprints for a house. And they can look at this and they can tell where the particular structure was not built up to code. Now, this guy's a carpenter, and I got thinking about him. I think, my goodness, these people with a good sensation function, they can come up with such bettering. But then there's a lot to that, especially if you really value Jung's own understanding and the sort of what I would consider a centrist Jungian point of view on these things. That is to say, Jung's major contribution, in my view, was his understanding that there really is what he called an objective psyche. There is structure in the unconscious. And contrary to what the Freudian tradition came to emphasize, the unconscious is not merely a mass of chaotic confusion. It's not merely a bubbling cauldron of energy that has to be forcibly structured along the lines that the ego decides. On the contrary, the unconscious is structured, and it is structured in ways that anyone with an empirical bent can discover. One of the things that people who have never studied any Jung like to say about Jung is that well, all that stuff about archetypes and all that stuff about patterns, structures in the unconscious is just sort of mystical gibberish. It's very interesting. Jung is very often accused of not being empirical, but it's amazing how few of his critics have ever bothered to look at the evidence for these kinds of structures in the human psyche. The evidence is all over the place, a lot of it cultural, historical, religious, and so forth, but it is evidence of configurations that recur in the psyche and its productions. So, let me make one little distinction here. There are people today that call themselves, following James Hillman and so forth, archetypal psychologists who focus on the image and focus on images and dreams and so forth, but do not emphasize the deep structures in the psyche. There's a big controversy within the Jungian community about this. And you probably have heard some of that, some different perspectives during your studies of Jungian thought. In my view, when you de-emphasize the deep structures, you are no longer Jungian. Because in my view, James Hillman is probably the most brilliant Adlerian psychologist that I know. And if you've ever studied Adler, you know that Adler didn't believe there was a structured unconscious, but he believed that all the fantasy productions were fictions. Well, that's pretty much James Hillman's position. A Jungian position is that there are structures in your psyche. You can discover what they are. You can discover, and this is what this whole workshop is about. These are the assumptions. There are structures. You can discover what they are. You can discover how different persons' egos relate to those structures, thereby resulting in different patterns of behavior and values in their life, different problems, different symptoms in their life. And so if you buy a pretty centrist Jungian point of view, then the assumption is that you are not, when you're doing therapy for someone, you're not reinventing the wheel every time you go into a consulting room, and that ego of that person that has to just kind of make it up as they go. There is something human. There are human structures. And if you have some understanding of these, you can look at this person's life and the way they are functioning, and you can get some sense about how they are dysfunctional in terms of the basic blueprints. Now, you see, if that's true, it's very important. Now, if it's not true, then, we can go participate with other schools of thought that don't think there is anything in the wiring, in the heart wiring. See, we can think about this in terms of computerese, From a Jungian point of view, these structures that we're going to talk about today are not in the software. These structures are in the hardware. They're in the disk drive. I mean, they're in the main drive of the computer. And since we're human, we're not going to do away with that. And that is a fundamentally Jungian point of view, and if one doesn't buy that, in my view, they are not Jungian. They're something else, but they're not Jungian. They may claim to be Jungian, but if they don't buy that assumption, they are not. Or the language doesn't mean anything. And I'm one, I was a philosophy professor before I was a psychoanalyst. And theory and words and concepts they make differences. And this is one of the main things that's important for us to get. It's important when you're working with people to know what you think. because your conceptions, your theories, contain enormous value commitments. And there's no such thing as a value-free psychotherapy. Whoever you go to is selling you a package deal. We need to be clear about that. So what we want to do this morning is I'm going to lay out what, to me, is a elaboration of a sort of a Jungian understanding of the archetypal self and what it carries in its blueprints. We're not going to talk about ego so much at first. We're just going to talk about the blueprints. Then we'll start talking about what happens when the ego accesses one of these more than the others, or has difficulty in getting in touch with one of these, or gets to mainlining, shooting up one of them. We're gonna try to understand how you get crazy, the different ways you get crazy if you get too much or too little of each one of these. Okay, now let me stop there and let you go. Yeah.
Didn't Jung talk about undifferentiated self, and does that mean that the hardware was not formed, or was that for differentiation and individuation, or?
That would be, when Jung speaks of lack of differentiation, it's really a term that has to do with the ego, not the self. See, I mean, if you think of the self as undifferentiated, that's more of a Freudian concept, and where self has a little s. Self meaning something like ego for Freudians. When Jung talks about the archetypal self, he is talking about something that parallels what Christians used to talk about, and some do that know anything about the history of the church, the imago Dei, the image of God in the self. So the archetypal self, you think about the image of God, it's like a stamp on the human personality. That's the image they used to use the metaphor. There's a stamp, there's a signature on the site, the imago Dei. Well, that's a structure. That's not all over the place. That is an image. An image is a pattern. And so from Jung's basic point of view, when you're speaking of the self itself, you're speaking of objective psyche that has structures. In fact, it is the archetype of order. It is the archetype of structure in the personality. And so when you speak of the undifferentiated self, you're really talking more about the lack of differentiation of the individual human person, the ego, from the fundamental foundations of the self. See, when you're an infant, according to Jungian thought, you're not differentiated from the ego. The I is not differentiated from the archetypal self. This is where Edward Edinger's writings are good. You want to get Edinger's book called Ego and Archetype, and he lays this out beautifully in there. He's got some charts. You can just look at the charts, and it shows how when you're an infant, you don't know the difference between yourself, your ego, and the big S self. You think you're the same thing. And then you run into a bad mother. And that begins the process of learning that you are not God. Because if I were God, she would come exactly when I wanted her. And I wouldn't have to throw any fits. See? So we'll talk later. I'll give you some parallels with the psychoanalytic school of self-psychology on this, where they talk about the importance of optimal frustration in development and slow disappointments, as non-traumatic as possible disappointments in the child or in the adult that's still a child. And you let them down. I like to think you let them down from their high chair slowly, gently. Because see, when you're identified with the archetypal self, you're Her Majesty the baby, His Majesty the baby. They're little crowns. You see this a lot in iconography, Mary You know, you got Mary holding the little Jesus with his little crown. That's really us. But you got to let him down, so you can be human. That's incarnation, psychologically speaking. See, the hard part, the Christians told us that if this getting incarnated is rough. and see, whether Christianity is true theologically or not, I'll leave to the theologians. But this stuff about incarnation and crucifixion and all that stuff is true psychologically. Because you've got to come down to the human level. And if they drop you, the interesting thing is, and there's a lot more, we know a lot more about this in psychoanalysis, not just Jungian psychoanalysis, but in the different schools of psychoanalysis today. We know a lot more about this process than we did even 20 years ago. Thanks to the work of Heinz Kohut, one of the great Chicago analysts that died a few years ago, we know a lot more about the plumbing of the way this stuff works. The Jungians are not great at plumbers. They're better with these grand scales things, but we like to include, some people that have some sensation function once in a while. And the Freudians are better at sensation function. Now, they got the plumbing of this down. And one of the things that you need to know is that when you drop the baby a little bit, when you're letting them down, boy or girl, the God self doesn't disappear. In other words, if you bring a child down too fast and too hard, or if you leave them up there by pampering them, if you leave them up there by pampering them, they still maintain their identification with the God self. If you drop them by abusing them or neglecting them, it doesn't disappear. The God claims go into the shadow. The God claims go into the unconscious. But that's important for you to remember, because this afternoon we're going to be dealing with the residual God and goddess in men and women and why that messes up their relationships. Relationship problems are God problems. The problem of knowing who is God and who is not God. Because relationship problems are almost all, there may be some exceptions. I never saw one. There may be some exceptions, but they're almost all problems of divinity. Bogus claims to divinity on the part of men and women who is still on the high chair but do not know it. Or if they do not know it, if they do know it, they think they are entitled. The Adlerians always use the concept of entitlement. And they're right. See, you can take Adlerian psychology. If you understand Adlerian psychology and you can see it, you can just kind of take it and put it right down on top of what we're talking about today. They understand all this stuff. What the Jungian would call the archetypal self, or I like to say the great self, or the God self, the goddess self, the Adlerians call the superiority complex. See? The Adlerians say behind all psychopathology, all inferiority complexes, there is a superiority complex. They think you can get rid of the superiority complex. Jungians know better. The superiority complex, Jungians know, is in the hardware. You can't get rid of the superiority organization. The superiority organization is the archetypal self. The only thing you can change is your relationship to it. You can't do away with it. The Freudians have the same mistaken idea that the Adlerians do. They think if you have enough analysis. Now get this, I want to present just a little idea from contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychology. They think that if I work at this, I can transmute, this is the technical phrase, I can transmute and internalize the great self. That is, I can get rid of my grandiosity. I can fundamentally, get it. If I can't get totally rid of it, at least I can get it to where it won't be a problem anymore much. Again, a Jungian point of view would not accept that. You cannot get rid of this God imago or God complex in the psyche. It is the archetypal self. It's in the hardware. You can't get rid of it. The only thing you can do is to become conscious and aware of the way you relate to it. Yes?
How about the Kant concept of the true self? The true self can also, in psychoanalytic theory, be regarded as fundamental concept.
Yes.
And there is not necessarily, I mean, if the grandiose self is also truly, in its essence, a vulnerable self, then maybe the true self is a concept, a psychoanalytic concept that can correspond to this.
The true self is much more a concept which corresponds structurally to the Jungian concept of a mature ego.
When it's mature.
When it's mature.
When it has.
So the true self is a human self. It's not a God self.
It's the self like real.
It is the realized human, fully cohesive, individual human personality in Freudian psychoanalytic terms. So one of the main things you've got to get when you're dealing with these comparative psychoanalytic theories is when the Jungian speaks of the self with a capital S, they're talking about the archetypal self, not the human personality self with a little s. True or not true. See, they're talking about an instinctual pattern in the deep psyche, yes.
If you're part of God or your true self or whatever it is, how can you have an imperfect ego then coming from that creation of the hardware?
Well, okay, that's what we'll get into that. You see, let's just keep this psychological. I'm just saying that in history of religions, if you study the history of religions, you will notice that in most traditions there is a sense of the great self. I've said that in Christianity you've got the imago Dei. In Buddhism, in certain forms of Buddhism, you have the true man of no rank within. Zen. That's the great self. And Hinduism, you have the concept of Purusa, or you have the great person within, or you have the concept of the Brahman, see, which is the great person. And you have yourself, your human self is the Atman, see, not the Brahman. So we've got in the history, in fact, the way that what needs to be done in terms of scholarship is we need to bring together and put them together in one book all of these, as many as possible of these examples from the human spiritual traditions to show that this distinction between the human I and the great self is species-wide. You see this in every tradition. The distinction between the I, the legitimate human I, and my great self. The human Robert and the great Robert. The magic Robert. And so when you're doing this comparative psychoanalytic theory, you do not want to confuse anybody who's talking about a self with a little s, even if they're talking about the true self. If they're talking about the true self with a little s, they're talking about the healthy, mature, vibrant, passionate human person. See, they're not talking about what Jung is talking about. See, none of the other theories have a concept like this. That's the thing. You got to be clear that no other psychological theory has an understanding of an archetypal self as blueprint for the psyche. Okay. Yes.
Is it possible for the great Robert to be incarnated this side of the veil?
No. What you've got to understand, fundamental Jungian theory, if you start trying to embody the great, what's your name?
Sally.
If you try to incarnate the great Sally, this side of the veil, you get crazy. You get very crazy. And what is this? That's bad news enough. But the really bad news is that you can get crazy in these different ways. And see, one of the things that there are a number of ways in which I think Jungian thought is superior to Freudian thought, here's one of the ways. if you follow, say, contemporary psychoanalytic self-psychology, they understand about the grandiose self-organization. They have a whole elaborate understanding of the grandiosity in the psyche, and I love it. It's really useful. It's really helpful. And in some ways, it's much clearer than Jungian discussions of this. They have an understanding that if you are like the rest of us, you probably have a struggle with your grandiosity. And if you don't know you're grandiose, you probably got an enormous struggle with your grandiosity. This is the fundamental understanding of psychoanalytic self-psychology. In other words, in psychoanalytic self-psychology, and you can see how this parallels Jungian thought, you need to become conscious of your grandiosity, and you need to befriend it with humor. What I'd love to see is somebody like, there's this wonderful self-psychologist here in town, I think one of the best. I was at a conference with him just recently, Arnold Goldberg. And he got up before the group trying to model this, trying to help people by modeling the relationship to grandiosity that they want you to get. So he was saying, oh, I feel so much better with you looking at me. You know? Gee, it really, I feel more complete now. I feel, this is better. Oh, and, you nod your head very well. Oh, thank you. This, I feel very mirrored. I feel very, valued. And you're looking at it. And Goldberg is so wonderful. He has such a great sense of humor that he plays this with the audience, And you really get a sense of their acceptance of the grandiosity that we've all got in the psyche. We've all got it. We all need it mirrored. We all need it stroked. And rather than trying to make out like we don't have it, and just being chronically depressed, the psychoanalytic self-psychologist out of the Cohusian school try to get you to become conscious of it and befriend it. Start using it for creative and constructive things. In that way, they are very close to Jungians. They're getting very close to a Jungian position when they get to that place. But the point is, they, above all, are very clear. You must take a stand against your grandiosity. Because if you don't take a stand against it, it will destroy you. Yes.
The answer to this question.
You speak up so
We answered his question and still not step on Jungian psychology by saying that we are flawless in our imperfections.
We are flaws in our imperfections. What would that mean?
That the God stand says that you're human. I mean, it's one and the same.
It would be nice if that were the case. But the problem is, trying to embody this great God self in a human personality is like trying to pour the ocean into a cup. And what happens is we'll get into compulsive behavior. See, when you've got a compulsive behavior, you've got somebody that's trying to embody the God self in some way. See? Compulsions, when you see them, are attempts to control all this enormous, what a Jungian would call archetypal energy. You got to understand that from a Jungian point of view, now whether you buy a Jungian point of view is not the issue. From a Jungian point of view, though, this archetypal self is loaded with numinous, powerful energy, hot energy. And if you've ever seen anybody in a manic phase of a psychosis, you know what that's like. Or if you've ever been so turned on and overstimulated by something that when you were trying to get ready to go to bed and go to sleep, and you're so, we say wired. I'm wired. I cannot go to sleep. My mind is racing. That energy right there, Jungian would point to and say, well, you're plugged in to this archetypal energy here. See, a Cohusian would say you're overstimulated, but a Jungian would say, would think about, that's true, you're overstimulated, but you got to understand what's going on here. You're plugging into higher voltage than your wiring and your circuit breakers are designed to take. So you have got to get your transformers working to get that voltage down to 110. And you got to get your switches working so that when it's time to go to bed and go to sleep at night, you can go click. And you can shut that enormous surge of energy down. Or some of you may have these PCs. You know that little thing that you plug your PC into? You know that little thing that's supposed to control the surges so that the power surges don't blow your computer? That's a psychological parallel to this process. When we speak of developing a mature ego, we are talking about getting to the point that indeed you can plug into these powerful energy sources, but you can regulate that energy flow in such a way that it doesn't create system problems for you. It doesn't blow out any circuits. It doesn't cause you to burn up any wires. It doesn't cause anybody to get electrocuted. See? So it's the image and metaphors of this type of thing they're images of regulation. That's the important thing to realize. Now, again, up to this point, contemporary Cohutian self-psychologists in the Freudian tradition would, they can go this far. You've got to learn to accept the fact that you have this grandiosity in the psyche. Say, for example, in your career, we'll get into this. This would be, career stuff is located more in the warrior mode. Say, in your career, you have just received a promotion. And now your vistas have opened up wider. You thought you would never make it, except to maybe vice president. But you just got a promotion earlier than you thought. And now, you're lying there in bed and you're thinking about what might be possible now. See? And rather than just resting comfortably and joyfully in my promotion to vice president, now my mind is racing. Now I might become president. President of IBM. See, whatever. So, in other words, every time you achieve something, the grandiose self in you wants more. This is how you can understand that no matter how many books you've written, you always should have written 10 more. See, no matter how many additions on your house, you either need another addition on the house, another new kitchen, or another house. See? Or no matter what kind of car you got, there's always one that's nicer. Unless you've got the latest Ferrari. You're not equating the great self with Cohen's grandiose self. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. The grandiose self isn't lesser than the great self. It's not an aspect of the great self. Well, let's put it this way. You can't really put one-to-one between any psychoanalytic theory. But if you want to understand this in a way that's helpful clinically, all these people that try to equate Cohen's self, the cohesive self, with the archetypal self, are totally wrong. It's totally wrong. Clinically, you have to understand, we put it this way. Adler's superiority complex, Kohlhepp's grandiose self-organization, grandiose exhibitionistic self-organization, and Jung's archetypal self, clinically, phenomenologically parallel. Now, they're not the same idea. And I think the Jungian idea is far more inclusive and far more balanced than any of the others. But when you're looking at clinical phenomena, what you've got to understand is when you're dealing with somebody that's really arrogant, you're dealing with somebody that has a massive superiority complex. If you're dealing from a Cohutian point of view, you're dealing with somebody who is not able to regulate their grandiosity. They're probably not even very aware of their grandiosity. They are being completely driven by their grandiosity. And you have got to help them take a stand against their grandiosity. From a Jungian point of view, they're identifying unconsciously with the archetype itself, and they're becoming inflated. They're parallel phenomenological and clinical concepts. You can't equate them at the theoretical level. But clinically, which is where people live. See, what I'm trying to say is Jungian thought is extremely useful practically, clinically, and that's where you need to see all this talk about the archetypal self. You know, there are people that think this archetypal self is friendly. A lot of Jungians have been taught that the archetypal self is just friendly, it just has your best interest in mind, it's super duper nice guy just like the Holy Spirit. That's wrong. Whoever taught you that didn't know Jung's work. Because Jung is clear, it is not always friendly. And the absolutely important, and this is an assumption for this workshop, the absolutely important thing for you to do is to take a stand against it first. Then you start trying to develop a friendly relationship where you as the ego are taking a clear stance against the archetypal self. You do not want to assume it has your human best interest in mind. And that is the thing. The way you have the thing that your assignment is for that is to get clear about the way in which the archetypal self, clinically speaking, in your actual life, can burn you up if you let it in these different ways. It doesn't burn everybody up in the same way. If you have a king inflation or a queen inflation, it will burn you up mothering everybody else, taking care of everybody else. And it will burn you completely up. And we'll see what happens to your sex life. There won't be any until you fragment. If it is dominating you in the warrior mode, it will burn you up in terms of goal-directed behaviors, achievement orientation. It will constantly expand the agenda for you to achieve. If you have got a warrior inflation out of the archetypal self, it's what I call, in me, I like to call it my warrior monk. See, my warrior monk, I'm Protestant, but I got a Jesuit inside. You know, if I'd been Catholic, I would have been in the Jesuit order, and my mother would have wanted me to be the head of it. Yeah.
I'm still kind of confused. If I were the image of God, why wouldn't I have a regulator on hardware that would...
You are not the image of God. Let's get that clear. You have in your psyche a pattern called the God imago, or the God complex, or the archetypal self, which can be said to be by religious people, you know, the imago Dei. But we're just talking psychology. What you've got, and you see this clearly, the more inflated people are, what you've got is this messianic king or messianic queen in there. And it isn't you. That's the important thing to get clear about. That is the radically important thing to get clear about. You have got this messianic king or messianic queen, or actually both, inside you. This gets us to Jung's concept of the conjunctio, the nice fancy word, mysterium conjunctionis, which means the mystical marriage or the sacred marriage. The hieros gamus is another way you see it written. The hieros gamus, the sacred marriage. And it is in alchemy, you know, the Rex and the Regina. You see you open up the books on alchemy, you see the king, the queen, and the bath, all that stuff. Well, from a Jungian point of view, the archetypal self is imaged in that royal couple. That's an image of your deepest self structure. Now notice something about that. You got puzzled looks here now. Okay. You read this in Marion Woodman. She's right about this. If you look closely in Jung, you see it. He doesn't elaborate this as clearly as he should have. But if you look closely, the archetypal self, the deepest self, is not male or female. It is both. This is where Freud and Jung agree. The deepest human self is bisexual at the deepest instinctual level. So you got this royal couple inside you at the deepest level in the hardware. The king and queen in their fullness. See, in these traditions around the world you study, I've been doing a lot of work on this type of thing. You get the great king god and the great queen goddess. Some traditions hold them up in consciousness. The more matriarchal you get this, and we'll see this played out this afternoon. You get the great queen goddess and her consorts. Or you get the great king god, and he doesn't even have any consorts, right? In certain patriarchal traditions, I'm always amused by these patriarchal traditions who think that God is perfect indeed, but it's a male God, and I keep thinking, want to say to them, well, does this God never get lonesome or horny? See? If he doesn't, I think he's less than human. See? And so if you look at God as an image of completeness, it would have the male side would have to have a equal female side for there to be wholeness at the psychological level. Now, I'm not doing theology here. But anyway, in the psyche, whatever the theologians say, in the psyche, there is a king who has a queen who is fully his equal, and a queen who has a king who is fully her equal. And they have this relationship, archetypal. This is the archetypal self within. Now, you notice what happens when the ego identifies with that. In terms of sexual problems, you get gender problems with gender identification, because you start including all of the gender in yourself. See? You start having a fantasy of being complete in yourself. See, a lot of what is sold in popular magazines today as the way to be is an image of narcissistic possession states. Complete in yourself. The idea of being complete in yourself so that you have no need for relationship, that is an image of the conjunctio. We'll get into that a lot more, what happens. If you're really narcissistic enough, you don't need anybody. You feel, I don't need anybody. I withdraw into my grandiose isolation, and I don't need any relationships. And if they don't do what I want them to do, I will just drop them. See? Anyway, so the understanding is that the archetypal self at its deepest level is not male or female. It carries both of these images. And the interesting thing is that it expresses itself in these different configurations. And if you study the history of culture, history of religions, history of mythology, you will notice that there are these different manifestations of the archetypal self. We've talked about king and queen, and I want to go into in a minute what that particular form of expression emphasizes. But there are 4 different expressions. And you can usually see this when you study gods. Now, Jean Bolin, how many of you read Jean Bolin's Goddesses in Every Woman and Gods in Every Man? Okay, if you study the gods, her books are very useful, very helpful. But one of the problems is that if you study gods as ways of getting at the archetypes, there's the same problem as looking at humans to get at the archetypes, because they're more complicated. They're not one-sided totally. Gods have different expressions. And so you get Christ the King. And you get Christ the Messianic warrior in Revelation. book of Revelation. And you get Jesus the magician in Martin Smith's book, where he talks about Jesus as the great magician, see? Or Jesus the high priest, which is an image of the magician. Or you get Jesus the lover, Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly. And so in the traditions, you get the Godhead expressed in different forms. You get this in Hinduism. You get clear different expressions or incarnations of the gods in Hinduism manifest different aspects of divinity. You have the great Shiva as king. You also have expressions of him as in his warrior mode. And if you study the Hindu tradition carefully, each one of these configurations is highlighted at different places in the myth. You study any particular tradition, you will find that the god has different forms that they manifest in. And what you will notice is it will be located somewhere in these different spaces. Is there any question about that before we go on? I'm going to tell you what the different configurations emphasize and what the different spaces are that they create in a minute. Yes?
I have a question about when you were saying that you have to take a stand.
Yes.
And then you become in a relationship to a particular part of yourself. My question is, when you were saying it sounded like you took a stand like a hostile kind of thing, and I don't think you meant that.
No.
But and my other part is, I suppose through culture, through modeling with parents, through religion, one is offered means to take a stand. I mean, because we seem to be, well, most of what we learn is kind of more limiting than it is.
Yes.
Than it is expansive.
Except it isn't conscious.
No.
See,
but we take it in.
Yeah.
I'm saying, is that?
Let me respond to that, because see, we need to talk about the way families operate in this. Because your family, in the way that they treated the different children, gave the different children different assignments, so to speak, as to what parts of these spaces in the psyche you have a ticket to. Different siblings in the same family don't get tickets to all these spaces. If you were the cute youngest, to do a little Adlerian thing here, if you were the cute, charming youngest child who was just always beautiful and charming and everybody's friend, you got a ticket to the lover space. See? It's one kind of ticket. But there are lots of tickets. There are different tickets to the lover space. Also, if they were so antagonistic towards sexuality in the home and you decided to go out and be a hooker, you got a ticket. They gave you the ticket to the lover space. We can't stand all this sexuality that you're into. Take it and go do it from me. Family systems. You got to think family systems. The family systems people understand this stuff. They just don't use this language. I'm just trying to give you a Jungian way of thinking about what the family systems people talk about. Okay. If they said, "Oh, you're so smart. By golly, straight A's. Wow. You're really smart. You shouldn't be a workman. Oh, no, you shouldn't become a policeman. You shouldn't become a fireman. You should become a teacher or a professor if your mother's more ambitious. Then get in this. Or, gee, you have such deep religious insights at age 8. You should become a priest. The priest magus, the one who has spiritual insight. Or, golly, what an athlete you are. Look at all those muscles. And dad holds the little boy up, and you know how they do that. Some of our culture holds him up and hits him in the stomach. Say, look at that. Wow. Look at there, boy, that's really a chip off the old block. Well, he's good. Well, he ought to be a pro football player. See? And so, you know, whatever, you know, he gets into some warrior kind of profession, see? He's selected. We all know he has no feelings, right? We all know he's stupid. He could never be a teacher. See, we all know he's stupid. Of course, his IQ is, it may be higher than the teacher. He actually may have a very high IQ, but he's taught that he's kind of stupid and brawny. And then, gee, honey, you sure are helpful to Mom and Dad. You know, this is great, you know, just help me take care of the family. You get assistant mother, you know, the little boys and girls who are assistant mothers here. And they become the little king, the little queen, and they live their life for all the other brothers and sisters. In every family, you can see one of them who's got the role of being the one who makes sure that everybody's taken care of. One of the siblings who does all the phone calling, all the letter writing, keeps up with everybody, especially in large families, you see this a lot. But the family assigns. Now, what I wanted to point out was that's not conscious most of the time. And we don't even know what we've been, until we think about it. In other words, until we get our inner magician going, and our awareness starts to rise, we don't ask the question, well, what archetypal configuration did my family program me for? And what archetypal configurations did they lead me to believe I wasn't wired for? See? You have all of these people who believe that they are one or the other of these. And that they're not really wired. They're not really, you know, capable of doing the others. Yes.
You've been talking here about these four groupings. As you've been talking here about these four groupings, I have been picking up a strong feeling that you're almost getting into the area of typology.
It's very related to typology. It's not exactly the same as typology. She's raising the question, how is this related to typology? It seems to be. Well, I want you to be thinking about that. It's not a one-to-one relationship, but you can see that certain typology issues get manifest in this. If you tend to live your life as a magician, if you're a psychotherapist here, any psychotherapist here, see, if you function as a psychotherapist or clergy person, you may well live in this magician thing a lot. And you probably have a lot of intuition function in your typology, see? So there are other things. If you tend to be into ordering things a lot, you probably have a lot of thinking function. But it's not a one-to-one. You can see people that are organized in one of these things that the typology doesn't seem to fit. So it's not one-to-one, but they are clearly related. Okay, now let me go through these briefly. Well, why don't we stand up and stretch your legs a minute and take about 5 minutes break. Just a couple of good comments and questions at break that came up. One is, how literal, and this is asked from a Hillmanian archetypal psychology point of view, how literal do you mean these things? Well, I mean for you to see that they are deep structures like Chomsky means in deep structural linguistics. I mean to say that they really exist in a way that programs on a computer exist. Information, or does the information on a computer exist? Is a particular program, does it exist? Well, it exists as systemic structures that are in information systems. And these things function very much like in cybernetics. They are there as deep structures in the same type of way. You need to look at Anthony Stevens' book on archetypes, A Natural History of the Self, and look at Noam Chomsky's work on linguistics and Levi Strauss's work on structural anthropology. This is a fundamental issue in the human sciences. The battle over this theoretically will go on forever. My point of view is fairly clearly expressed in an issue of Zygon, the Journal of Religion and Science, which I edited back in 1983. an issue on ritual and human adaptation, in which the relationship between neurophysiology and structures in physical anthropology and cultural anthropology were highlighted. There's an article in that. Let me just give you a reference on an article for you to look at. And that, I think it's October 1983, journal Zygon. And it's an essay by Victor Turner, the great anthropologist, entitled Body, Brain, and Culture. And in that, it's an integrated essay relating neurophysiology and human cultural and cognitive structures. So I don't mean it to be literal. I know that that's not a good thing, right? We don't like literalists and fundamentalists. But I tell you, deconstructionism is exciting and fun. But when you're dealing with people, they tend to be chaotic enough. People tend to be chaotic enough. They need help in getting into some sort of healthy personality functioning. And a lot of analysts, this is the problem with some analysts, they tend to work a lot with rich neurotics who have a lot of structure, maybe too much structure. But if you ever work as a clinician with patient populations which include a lot of borderlines and a lot of addictive personalities, you know that these people don't need deconstruction. They are masters in deconstruction. They're deconstructing everything in their worlds. They get a little more crack, So I think it's important not to literalize in any kind of fundamentalist way, but it's very important to realize that when Jung said there were deep structures in the psyche that we had to understand and learn how to relate to, he meant it. And that is what makes a Jungian, in my view. Okay, let me go very fast and go through the particular environments that are the psychosocial environment that is created by each of these. I was also asked, are there places where you can read about this stuff? There is not too much that lays this out very clearly right now. The tapes that are available from my lectures over the past few years at the Institute do treat this. You can, particularly, I have majored in masculine psychology. And we'll not get around to doing what Gene Boland did for a while. But, I will later elaborate more about the feminine psyche in this context. But I do have a lot of stuff on tapes about the way this operates in the masculine personality, and you can extrapolate a lot of it. It's not exactly the same in the feminine personality, and we can talk about some of the differences later. But you can get my tapes on this, and in the spring, the first volume of a 5-volume series on masculine psychology will come out with Harper and Rowe, entitled Boy Psychology, Man Psychology, which is an elaboration of immature expressions of this in a man and mature expressions of it. And then after that, in the next 2 years, there'll be a volume on each of these, volume on the king, volume on the warrior, volume on the magician, volume on the lover of masculine personality. They're all under contract. They should be out in no more than 3 years. The first volume will come out this spring. So until then, the stuff is available on tapes, basically. But anyway, let me run through these different spaces. Now, I said in the blurb on this that there are different environments. And I don't want to belabor phenomenology here. But one of the things of genius that the phenomenologists have given us in philosophy is helping us to understand that the human mind experiences space radically differently. That there is not just one space that people live in. You may think it's all one space, but once you start studying the human mind carefully, you understand that there are various types of spaces that people live in. And you yourself know this at the intuitive level, but you may not have given it too much theoretical thought. But for example, when you're getting ready to make love, if you're really getting into it, if you're really turned on, the environment you're in is not the same as when you're changing diapers. It is not the same space. There is not the same perceptual style. There's not the same experience of the body. There's not the same experience of time. So just as I'm saying there's different spaces, it's totally different experience of time. See? Okay, let me start with how the king and the queen in you, what that part of you is about, what it's for, and how it experiences. The king and the queen in you are the archetypal bases for order, creativity, blessing, generativity. People will often say that the king is an expression of the father archetype. I think that's totally backwards. Human fathers are poor imitations of the archetype of the king. And we all know it because we all see the flaws of our father. See? What are we comparing our perception of our father with? We're comparing our perception of our father with the archetypal king that we are plugged into in the unconscious. And the same thing we do with our mothers. We compare our mothers to the great mother, who is really the great queen in the unconscious. And we compare her and we say, you don't pass. In the fairy tales, you know what we do with this in the fairy tales? I really am not your child. My parents were the king and queen. And when they had trouble in the kingdom, they took me and they put me in your house, the house of a woodchopper in his life. And I'm really a prince. And I'm not really your child. That's the way we all feel.
Isn't it what Pharisees said to Jesus and John?
If you look in folklore, you find this motif everywhere. I mean, it's amazing. Cross culture, you find this motif of the orphan, the abandoned child. Either the abandoned child that didn't have another home, or the abandoned child that's in the wrong home. Well, it's related to this deep relationship to this royal couple within the royal parents. The real ones that could have done it better. Could have done what better? Well, they would have made a better home. See, the word cosmos is something you got to get clear with. You read Eliade. Eliade's work is very good on this mythically if you can make your way through it. It's kind of hard going. But he talks about cosmos in his work. Cosmos is a world. It's not any world, though. In mythic terms, a cosmos is a ordered world. It is not ordered in an oppressive way. Cosmos is a world which is ordered in the right way. It is just. It is full of joy. Everything blooms in cosmos. You've heard of the archetype of paradise, the golden age at the beginning of time, the paradise at the end of time. That is cosmos. It is an expression of the archetype of cosmos. In the mythology of human beings, it's just amazing. What you've got is right at the center of the world. That's what Eliade calls the axis mundi, the center of the world. There sits what? Guess what? 2 thrones in mythology. If you get back to the oldest mythology, the center of the world, there are 2 thrones. Later on, one of the thrones disappears a little later on. Very interesting. And where I recommend that you look at this is in Egyptian mythology. Go back to the ancient Egyptian mythology. You get 2 thrones there. And this is, think about Christian mythology. What is this place in Christian mythology or Judeo-Christian tradition? If you think about this as the mythic space of Judeo-Christian tradition, or even Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition, what is this place? You bet it's Jerusalem. You bet. And it's Golgotha. The cross is the center. It is the tree, the sacred tree. See, archetypally speaking, the sacred tree at the center of the world is the same thing as the throne at the center of the world. And so in Christian mythology, when Christ is on the cross, there is a motif in there that Christ is on a throne. That is a throne. In fact, that's what you have to understand about the true king. The true king and the true queen are always sacrificial by their very nature. They're always giving by their very nature. In other words, those people that would view Jesus as having been victimized don't understand the archetype. Because if you study the archetype of the king in all cultures, the king is always sacrificial. There's no such thing as a king that is not sacrificial. And I think the same thing is true in the archetype of the queen. Although in patriarchal culture, we've managed to destroy as much as possible of the lore of the queen. It's very difficult to get back to the archetypal lore around the queen. We've not had enough. This is one of the places where I think the feminist scholars in this country have not put enough attention, retrieving the lore of the queen. And it's very interesting. I have an idea about why that is. Because a lot of radical feminists are centered here. You see that? I'm serious. I'm not joking. If you're a radical feminist and you're centered here, then you must be in a fight with the women in the country who value motherhood. You see? That is to say, people, look, you look at the conflict over the ERA. That was an archetypal conflict between the women who were more centered here in their personality. I'm not saying balanced, but they were centered here, and the women who were centered here. And so they didn't understand that, sisterhood is powerful. We've got to include all these archetypal configurations, see. So you didn't get the ERA passed because of different conflicts in archetypal configurations of feminine. And this is something that eats up contemporary world culture. We have got to get to the point to where we can see that if you're going to have a full feminine, all of these have to be included. Just as if you're going to have a full masculine, all of these have to be included. And the only instrument for doing that is a maturing human ego. Because the only thing that is capable of seeing one-sidedness is a maturing ego. Now, I'm going to anticipate a little bit about this afternoon's stuff. But one of the interesting things is, if you don't understand this, certain people look a lot healthier than they really are. And in our culture, workaholism is rewarded. Careerism, workaholism is rewarded. And if I'm a workaholic and I take my compulsiveness out in work instead of alcohol, cocaine, or sex, see, then I don't get referred. And I start rising to the top in my career. Of course, my family life goes to hell. And if you have eyes to see, if you understand compulsive behavior, if you understand it and you're looking at me, you can tell I'm not all that healthy. You can see how driven I am. You can see how helpless I am in the face of my warrior archetype and how I can't do anything other than live this out. It's not that I'm so ambitious. I think I'm ambitious. But I am so out of touch with these other things in me I really think I am the one. With a capital W. See that? Okay. So anyway, this space is centeredness, source of calmness. Here's a little key to work on. If you have a high anxiety level, the connection with this is not right. This is the archetypal basis for dealing with anxiety. If a person carries a high anxiety level and manifests in any form of compulsive behavior, their connection in this configuration is weak. We'll get into that more later. But what do you get? If a person is able to mirror, if you use Colette's language, if a person is able to mirror other people, to recognize them, to see them, to nurture them, to be a good mentor, they are connected in a positive way with this archetypal structure. If they want to be adored and admired predominantly by their students or their spiritual directees or their parishioners, the flow is reversed. In other words, you are identifying with this archetype and you're in the position of the divine child. Adore me. You see that? The shadow expression of the king and queen is the divine child in the manger on the throne. Yes?
I'm having trouble understanding how these four relate to
Well, that's what they are all within it, contained within the community.
So are you saying that the self is comprised of these four
Yes.
periods?
They are comprised of these 8.
Period.
Period.
I've never heard anything like
That's right.
this.
Okay. But I will suggest to you, if you will look at Jung's work, this is consistent with Jung's work. It's an elaboration of it, but if you'll look in his work, you'll find his discussions of the wise old man stuff. That's the magician. You'll see his discussions of king, although Jung didn't talk much about king. He had too many father problems. It's one of the places he and Freud had problems about. Freud wanted to talk about the father. Jung didn't deal too much with that stuff. And if you listen to the lectures that have been done recently by John Dowerly, one of the Jungian analysts in Canada, who's analyzed Jung's relationship with his father, you can have a little sense about why Jung may have not elaborated the archetype of the king too much. But he does discuss it. If you get in the 20th volume, you're going to get in the directory, the index, and look in there and see how much Jung refers to each of these. Because he does refer to different forms of each of them. Yes?
It seems like I've always said the self is so large, there's no way of finding an image to contain it that it contains like everything.
Well, the self, if you equate, see, that's fuzzy. It gets fuzzy. You know, if you study it, it gets very fuzzy. But it's not always fuzzy. If you look at Jung, it's always the archetypal order. And there are different expressions of the archetypes, and the gods always are expressions of some aspect of the self. I mean, that is one thing that's quite clear. That you're talking about some divine kind of energy. And all of these divine energies are grounded in the archetypal self. And the archetypal self is complete. Jung talks about it, get this word. You don't see this too much in introductory psychology textbooks. But you get this word pleroma. You've heard that in Jungian, the pleroma. It just means fullness. The fullness of the human psyche is represented here. There are more things in the unconscious than these. I mean, everything is archetypal in the Jungian point of view. But in terms of the way in which the human personality is structured, you get this is not all of it, but this is sort of an outline. This is sort of an architectonic that you can understand. Let me go through them, and then you'll be able to see it like more clearly, I think. Okay. So centeredness, right order, connection with creativity, capacity to bless and nurture, to nurture an environment with creations. So if you're into being a creator, an artist or something, you need some of this. Okay. In this archetypal configuration, you always get cosmos against chaos. If you study the ancient geographies, this is all laid out in the ancient geography. Because the world is seen as round, the holy city is at the center, and the infidels are on the outskirts trying to come in. And you take any, in fact, one of the interesting things, a lot of the interesting work on this is being done by geographers now, because they're studying the history of cities. See, it's no accident that at the heart of the city are all the tall skyscrapers. That's archetypal. Skyscrapers. See, it's this whole thing that in the city, that you get all this energy concentrated in the center of the city. And you can do all this stuff with contemporary architecture and contemporary city planning and all this. All these scholars are into this stuff now. They've just gotten sophisticated enough about cultural geography to see how this is played out. You get this sacred geography, and the center is the throne, or thrones, the king and queen. Now, in this second configuration, in the warriors have to defend the cosmos against chaos. So if you want to understand the way in which the whole warrior archetype in the human psyche operates, it is always experiencing an enemy. If you're in this space, there's an enemy somewhere. Paranoid personalities. Theodore Milan calls the active independent personality, what we call sociopaths. The enemy. There's always, you're suspicious, you're paranoid, there's an enemy, and if I haven't got one, I'll create one. A lot of violence, aggressive behavior in this when it's in a negative form. Notice, I put the warrior couple on this side because the plane is a plane of battle, and you see this archetypally in all traditions, right? The plane of Armageddon. You see it so much. If you study the literature of the apocalypse, and in the next 10 years, you're going to hear a lot about the end of the world and spiritual warfare and final battles. Khomeini was eaten up with this. And he recreated this space between Iran and Iraq. The world, as Khomeini experienced it, was Khomeini, the divine warrior serving Allah, against, what's the guy's name in Iraq anyway? The guy, the president of Iraq who was representing evil. And so Iran had to battle Iraq at all costs. It's one of the things about the warrior. The warrior will complete his or her mission no matter what the cost, because the mission is everything. The warrior has the potential and the personality for organization, planning, in religious terms, vocation. If you don't have a sense of your vocation, you don't have a sense of the warrior configuration. In other words, if you don't know what your assignment is, you cannot be a warrior. See? Yes?
Is it completing a mission for the process of the mission or for the goal?
It's for the goal. In other words, this thing exists in there to help the human being. I think you have to think about the evolutionary reason this thing's in there. Because it is the archetypal configuration which allows a human personality to do what is necessary to defend life. See, if chaos encroaches too much, you don't get enough to eat. You know, this is the hunter. This is the person that is able to go into the northern European section and farm. It is the part of the personality which resources the capacity to stand pain for goal. It is the part that enables you to focus. You know, the gentleman's thing on focusing, it's about this. The what? It is focusing. That is to say, you've got to be able to we say, get yourself together. You know, you got to be able to focus. You've got to be able to be aware of the task. You've got to be able to survey the terrain. You think about this in terms of what I've done with my study of this is to study the history of generals, the way they think, because that's where you see it most clearly. And a general, it's not a foot soldier, because a foot soldier is not fully developed in this. The general surveys the entire terrain. They know what the situation is. You got reconnaissance. You scope out the situation. You assess your resources. How many divisions do I have? How many tanks do I have? How many planes do I have? You assess the enemy's strengths. You make decisions about where you will attack and where you won't attack. See? It's up planning, strategic evaluation, planning, tactical assessments, tactical decisions, monitoring of resources, capacity to stand losses in the service of a goal. And in terms of the psyche, the archetypal basis of this, there's always got to be a transpersonal reason. In other words, it's not egoism at all. This is the archetypal configuration in the psyche which makes possible fidelity. In fact, you could say this is the archetype of faithfulness. And we'll see this afternoon. If you don't have a lot of warrior in you, you will not be faithful in a relationship. It's very interesting. None of the other archetypal configurations in the psyche have any wiring for faithfulness. So I get all these people that say to me in my sessions, but Bob, she's so good looking. She really turns me on. If I were really in love, if I were really in love with my wife, I wouldn't feel this way about it. Wrong. Wrong. See, because the archetypal lover in you wants to lick everything it sees. Sorry, it's the way it is. That's true. And it isn't embarrassing about it. The part of you that's laughing at me is not the lover. Because the lover in you understands that perfectly well. Perfectly well. Some of us left our lovers behind when we were licking mom's hand or something. But you see, the archetypal lover, at the archetypal level, get this now, the archetypal lover in you is promiscuous. It loves everybody and everything. You would say from a moralistic standpoint, it is indiscriminate. It would say it's inclusive. The archetypal lover in you loves everything and everybody. And it's into experiencing it directly. And so when somebody comes to me in analysis and says, you know, if I was really in love with my wife, I wouldn't be so turned on by her. Well, you know, I've heard this about 1,000 times, you know. Sorry, it's not true. You have to get enough, if you want to have a marriage, you have to get enough of the warrior. What does the warrior do? The warrior defends cosmos, what is being built. In other words, in a relationship, if you really have a relationship, you're trying to build something. If you're trying to build something, you've got to understand that chaotic aspects will always intrude. Always. There will never be a time that they will not intrude. What is the role of the warrior in the psyche? The role of the warrior in the psyche is always to defend a just order and the building of worlds, building of cosmos, or you would say family, home. What is the state of the warrior in our society today? It is manifest chiefly in shadow warrior forms. Boy warrior, I call it. We got loads of boy warriors on this planet. They deal drugs to children. And they're heavily armed. But they're not mature warriors. Because mature warriors protect children. That's what they're for. The mature warrior function in the psyche of a man or a woman is to defend those who are defenseless. And you see, when this starts, you need to ask yourself, how do these things manifest in their shadow or immature forms? And we'll see a lot more about that this afternoon. Yes. Yes. If you're mainlining too much warrior energy, if that's the way you connect with the archetypal self predominantly, you will be very obstreperous. And in your relationships with people at work and in the home, you will be fighting a lot. And if you're not fighting, you're bristling. You know, it's like the research on sociopathic personalities, active independent personalities, shows that they have gotten strokes for bristling. And they may even have a muscular structure that, that may be sort of built up physically in such a way that it's easier for them to threaten physically. In fact, people start at very early ages, boys who are very physically powerful start getting strokes for being able to intimidate. And so you begin to get this warrior stuff, rewarded. You look at the sports system, see. What will happen is that this individual will can easily, without appropriate nurture and education, psychological education, not knowing what all that stuff is for, a boy can get into total egoistic uses of that. And then you get the man who is totally aggressive without any limit, and of which our society around the world is eaten up. I mean, we major in turning out men who have no sense of limits on their aggression. I don't know whether you've seen that recent feminist book called The Demon Lover. Have you seen that? Her book, she's a very angry feminist theoretician, and what she is describing, I totally agree with. She's describing the shadow, the immature expression of the warrior in males. There's no question whatsoever that she's correct. Around the world, there's a crisis in masculinity in which most of the masculine archetypal potential is being expressed in immature form. And what she talks about in the Demon Lover book is just a clear description of the male as terrorist, And that's what we've got here. But that is the immature expression of it. And in a mature male or a mature female, the expression of this side of the personality is to defend just order, make a world where creativity can occur, civilization can be developed. If you want to see the female warrior, I love to give people films to look at for this stuff. You can see it so much clearer in films than in lectures. But if you haven't seen The Female Warrior, there are two films that you can see. Aliens, Sigourney Weaver, the second movie, Aliens with Sigourney Weaver, and Sigourney in that second film of that two-film series is the female warrior. And notice what she's doing. When the men in her environment are inept at doing their job, making life safe for the colony, she, reluctantly sometimes, but puts on her bandoliers of ammo, gets the grenades and the automatic weapon, and goes down into the belly of the beast to find the little girl and to rescue the little girl. And if you want to see that movie is just one expression of this part of women. It is a glorious aspect of the feminine. Glorious aspect of the feminine. You see it clearly in another film called Cujo. Have you seen Cujo? Somebody say what Cujo's about? It's a rabid dog that threatens a woman and her children. Cujo, C-U-J-O. It's one of the most terrifying films. It's one of the most terrifying films I've seen. A huge rabid dog threatening a woman who is alone with her child. And she starts out being in this archetype, mom. But it soon dawns on her that she's going to have to be a warrior. And she incarnates it. And the men get there after it's basically over. Which unfortunately is what happens a lot in society today. You know, there are a lot of women, working class women in Chicago, whose communities are being overrun by drug dealers and pimps, and their children are threatened. And it's not the men in the city that are trying to help protect the children. It is these working class women who've got the guts to confront the drug lords and pimps. And it's very interesting to me that in Italy, in Sicily, recently, it was the women, warriors, who had their family members killed by the mob in Sicily, who organized and got a lot of the mob leaders indicted and put under arrest, etc. But you see, it's not just a male potential. You see it coming out in women when they realize that they must do this to protect children and to protect justice. There's a lot of this in radical feminists. You can see a lot of this in radical feminists, and it needs to be multiplied a great deal as an archetypal potential. Yes?
Why wouldn't that be the mother still? The mother is willing to...
Oh, it is the mother still.
Oh, but she's slipping into a warrior mode.
Yeah, right. See, what you got to see is, in terms of the fundamental integrity of the self, these are all united.
Yeah.
In your mature woman personality. All of these are integrated. In the mature woman, they are integrated and used as needed, as appropriate.
But she would fall into that role when it was appropriate.
If she didn't need to bring out the guns, she would be taking care of the baby or building the community or meeting with whatever.
But then it's appropriate.
That's the key. See, the ego develops so that the individual cannot be locked into one of these things. When you need to be a warrior and you're still in the caretaker mom, I mean, you're just compulsively mom. See, the issue is not to be compulsively anything. To be able to move as appropriate. When you get in bed with your lover, you need to get out of the mom. You need to get out of the warrior. You didn't touch me right. When are you going to learn how to touch me? We get into this more this afternoon. You know, when she says that to her husband, she's undoubtedly right. Undoubtedly, he didn't touch her right, and undoubtedly, she has told him before, maybe. But if she continues in the warrior mode, there will not be any love making probably that night. See? There have been a lot of marital counselors that really said, well, let's get these couples fighting. Well, they don't understand too much about archetypal psychology. What you find with most couples is great numbers of them fight plenty. Not all. There are couples that ought to be a lot more. One or the other ought to get the warrior going more. We'll talk about that more later. Let me just finish this because we've got to stop for our lunch break, but I want to take a few more minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, just backtrack a little.
Okay.
What's the shadow of between the over nurturant mother or the?
It can be if you are possessed by the mother side of this, the queen, you will tend, if it moves, you mother. And what that will mean is, you know, uh, and you mother it whether it wants to be mothered or not. And see, if you're in the receiving end, mothering looks a lot like control. You know? If you're on this end, and the Colossians have this great thing about empathy. Well, you're empathic if you give the person what they feel like is attunement. And if you're not wanting me to say, here, take some of this, well, that's not very attuned to you. If you need me to say, oh, you're growing up, what do you feel about this? It's that Adlerian fantasy of democratic families. Anyway, so that's one form, but the other form is just the parents who want their children to adore them. How many parents do you know of? I know none of the families here have this, but your friends who are really miffed if you do not call them at every time. And if you do not come by. And if you do not pay attention to what they want to talk about. See, have you ever read any Alice Miller? Drama, The Gifted Child? See, Alice Miller describes the parent who is the shadow king and queen. And in dysfunctional families, we talk about the families that create codependency and alcoholism and compulsive behaviors of various kinds. They're always shadow king and queen. Because they do not mirror their children. They expect the children to mirror them. In a dysfunctional family, the king is always boy king. And the queen is very often a girl queen. Because what they're wanting is for the kids to provide the order. Kids to provide the nurture. And children are not supposed to be doing that. That's not what it is to be a child. See? There needs to be a world there which is nurturing and limiting in those nice, gentle ways to help the child get down off the high chair. And when the child is used by the parents as they are in dysfunctional families, you've got the parents as boy king and boy queen, I like to call them. Okay, let me finish this now, and then we will take a break and come back. Okay, the magician. This is the archetype of awareness in the psyche. It's also the archetype of healing, transformation. If you're a psychologist or a psychotherapist, you tend to shoot up on this. There's so many of us psychologists, psychotherapists, and psychoanalysts that can't get our personal lives in order. If you understand the archetypal configurations, you'll understand why. Psychotherapists and psychologists and psychoanalysts don't go into that because they've heard this little bell from heaven and they were organized in such a way by their developmental experiences to highlight this megas business. They were organized in their families to be little magicians. And if you study the studies that have been made, there tends to be a schizoid quality in psychotherapists. Do you know the word schizoid? It's a fancy word that means detached, distancing. If you want to be a little less kind, you say voyeuristic. Tell me once again about that sexual experience. And how did he hold you? Oh, okay. And so it is the archetype. It's the archetypal inflation that explains why so many therapists sexually abuse their clients. Why so many priests and clergy sexually abuse their parishioners. Because when you're in this, you have not developed a personal life, a human personal life. You're so caught up in the archetypal configuration that you use vicariously and voyeuristically the people you're working with to substitute for your personal life, because you've not developed your personal life. Any psychotherapist in private practice is in constant danger of being consumed by this thing and having it ruin their personal life. One of the first things, I do a lot of therapy with therapists, and one of the things you always ask about your personal life, education. Because there's a constant press in private practice of greed. Because your time is money. And you always, well, I'll take on a few more, you know. Take on a few more. Do a few more hours. Pretty soon you're doing 40 hours of therapy, 45 hours of therapy. A lot of folks I know do 50 hours of therapy. That's malpractice. But anyway, you get into this inflation, and one of the interesting things, some of you have studied some Kohut and self-psychology. One of the things that happens in a therapist is if they're really inflated with this magician archetype, which most of us have a little problem with, then you want your client to admire you for being such a wonderful therapist. Because remember, that's a rule. If you're possessed by any of these archetypal patterns, you want to be admired for it. See, that's a rule. You want to be admired for whichever one you're in. So if you tend to be inflated in this, the real transaction between us is you're supposed to be a good patient, or an Alexander, and you're supposed to admire how wonderfully I do these interpretations of your dreams. If you don't, I think you're bored. Thank you. See, he said I was wonderful. See, come in my practice at any time. But anyway, this is really a problem. There is an immense literature in the psychoanalytic literature on countertransference problems of therapists. And, you know, people always talk about how bad it is to work with borderlines. The reason it's so hard to work with borderlines is if you're a borderline, you're in your warrior a lot. And you have a wonderful radar to scan me for how I'm not so damn wonderful. And you will tell me, you do not adore well. And then I decide that you're really a borderline. This person is really a borderline. And I'm going to refer them for medication. Outpatient treatment medication. They are not candidates for analysis. See the countertransference there? I'm inflated. I'm so wonderful. I'm a wonderful therapist. And if you don't adore me and let me feel good about what a wonderful therapist I am, you're really crazier than I thought you would. This happens. This is acted out in the offices of psychotherapists throughout the city and around the world all the time. You see it constantly. The people that have done the best work on illuminating this is not really Jungians. It's been the self-psychologists. And the self-psychologists have pointed this dynamic out. We Jungians can just talk about the particular nature of the countertransference problem. It is that I'm inflated. I am thinking that I'm the great magician, and you're not seeing that. See? You follow that? Okay. Now, that means if you notice that things are not going well in your therapy, try adoring your therapist a little bit. It will just improve the therapy no end. They don't cut the fees. But now listen, there's actually literature in the self-psychology Freudian, this is not Jungian, Freudian psychoanalytic literature that talk about the fact it's just like with a mother and a child. If that child doesn't say, Mom, you're doing pretty well. Yeah, you're a pretty good queen. The mother starts distancing from the child. You see it a lot with problem births and situations in which there are a lot of difficulties early on. Mother starts distancing. She's not having the queen admired. You little rascal, why aren't you pleased with me? See, it's the same dynamic with the therapist in this. And you know, there's no such thing as a therapist that's not hurt when it doesn't go well. And a therapist needs to know when they're working with a very troubled person and the person is not pleased. The therapist needs to know why they're having a compulsive desire to refer. I'm serious. Because you will. If you're a therapist and you're working with people and they're not pleased, you will start feeling this need to get rid of them. Well, that's when you need to be really conscious of this. But anyway, if you study, I've got several, you can look in this book I edited on anthropology and the study of religion and see the discussion of sacred space and transformation in there. It's pretty well laid out. But anyway, it is this space where the kind of understanding of your inner plumbing comes. When you go into therapy, what you're trying to do is develop your own magician. And once your own magician is developed enough, your awareness of your own flow patterns and your own dynamics will be aware. You'll be conscious of them. And then you can retire the therapist. You see, the goal is to retire the therapist, not to have a 20-year analysis. See, if you've had a 10-year analysis with the same person, they're enjoying your transference too much. They're enjoying your idealization too much. You follow that? In other words, all these long therapy relationships, be suspicious. Be suspicious. Excuse me? Well, anything that gets longer than 5 years, you ought to be looking at real carefully. Especially if you still are as crazy as you were 3 years ago.
What's the diagram you use to describe sacred space? Like you had the Apis Mundi and plank families, or another metaphor for sacred space?
Well, this is the temple. This is the sanctuary. This is, in fact, if you want, you just study the history of temples. It's all there. And study Victor Turner's work on ritual process and liminality. You've heard of liminality and the rites of passage. Get Louise Mahdi's book called Betwixt and Between, and it describes this space. M-A-H-D-I, Louise Mahdi, Betwixt and Between. And there's an essay in there by Victor Turner called Betwixt and Between that will lay this space out for you. But see, it's ritualized in the history of culture, but it's really a potential in your psyche. It's what you're trying to develop when you're in therapy. And the goal is, when you're in therapy, to understand the plumbing. Okay, now, my family did this. I got shaped this way. It led me into this pattern. Because I was led into this pattern, I had these kinds of symptoms and these kinds of behaviors that were fine for one thing, but they can't be generalized for everything. So I have to learn other behaviors. See, if you're a behavioral therapist or a cognitive therapist, you can use this stuff just as well. I do a lot of behavioral therapy, people. Because if you understand this stuff, you understand that there are behaviors that go with these different spaces. See? In other words, in fact, my basic feeling is if you're not something of a behavioral therapist, you're wasting a lot of money for the person you're working with. The Adlerians have a saying. It's a lot easier to behave yourself into a new way of feeling than it is to feel yourself into a new way of behaving. You get up in the morning, I'm depressed. Well, so go do something. It's, Okay, the last one.
The lover space is garden. Everywhere you see, there are wonderful doctoral dissertations that have been done on gardens. And it's no accident. This is a special space. The Garden of Eden and the Garden of Gethsemane, they all go together in the psyche. They are places that are meant not to work. You're not supposed to work in the garden. See, you're supposed to contemplate. This is why the mystics and sexuality are very closely related. Mystics are in the lover archetype. And if you study, for example, if you study the history of spirituality, you will notice that different forms of spirituality and different traditions emphasize different parts of this. The Franciscans are into this lover stuff. Where are the Jesuits? Warriors, man. And the priest, in his priestly function, is more magician. See, with the advent of psychoanalysis, particularly Jungian thought, we know it's not so good to be locked into one configuration. Got it? So the gardens. You can't, this is one of the hard things about therapy. You can't get into the garden of delight without also entering the garden of sorrow. It's a rule. People that come for therapy want you to let them into the garden of delight while locking out the garden of sorrow. No more pain for me. I am willing to have relationships with people as long as there's no risk. I am willing to try to find another lover as long as you can guarantee me that they will not leave. See how this works? The wound in the lover, this is again, if you want to read, again, I think the self-psychologist in the Freudian tradition, Alice Miller, Winnicott, Kohut, and people in that school, contemporary figure, Arnold Goldberg, are so good at describing the wounds to the lover. They're much better at describing the wounds to the lover than we Jungians tend to be. We Jungians ought to be good at it, but we are not as good as we should be. We have a lot to learn from the Freudians on this. Because if you study Alice Miller, she is talking about the way the little lover in us has been hurt early. And how we learn not to love. Why do we learn not to love? We learn not to love because when we tried, we were so demolished by lack of attunement in the responses of our love objects. See? Now, this afternoon, we want to talk about, well, what do you do? See, what happens when the little child lover is mauled by the parents? Well, see, the little child is not a good warrior. A child can't be the child's own knight. And so the only thing that can happen is that your little lover, if you're a woman, your little animus, your little boy, or if you're a man, your little girl, will be spirited away in the psyche, so to speak. A lot of fairy tales about this. And hidden away because there's no knight to protect them. It's very interesting. It's an amazing thing to watch with men, particularly men after midlife. When particularly men that have had a terrible time being able to love anybody, when they start getting better after some deep therapy with this stuff, and they start feeling safe in the therapeutic container, in other words, if they've got a really good self-object relationship with the therapist, their dreams are very interesting. A little girl will often appear. A little girl will appear in active imaginations. For example, a man may be trying to contact in active imagination one of these figures. And instead of one of these figures, they get a little girl. A little girl shows up. Or, as in one dream of a gentleman, a car drives up and the little girl gets out and runs up at that moment. Not before. Not before she is safe. Do you get it? Not before the little girl is safe does she come out of hiding. And so you get this in both men and women. A woman will often dream of little boys that have been abused. And when they start getting better, you get these little boys that appear in their dreams and in their fantasy productions, and they start taking care of the little boy. In other words, the little boy is safe. And so the lover develops as the safety is provided. So you'll see this afternoon we'll talk more about how do you get the safety for relationship to develop. It's very important. Okay, let's stop there and ask a couple of questions, and then we'll get out of here by 12:30. Yes?
I would have thought that the little lover would be the same gender as the...
Seems not to be. That's why Jung made so much out of the anima and animus. You see, in terms of our, Jungian psychology is not just Jung anymore. And you have to get past the early Jung. But it's very interesting, the stuff about the anima and the animus, and about when you start getting better, you start having a better relationship with the contrasexual. That is the lover stuff. It's not just the lover stuff, as we'll see later, because we're warped in our ego dynamic. We're also a little bit misshapen in our contrasexual. So in other words, when you think about your contrasexual, you will notice that the aspects of the contrasexual that you're comfortable with are not across the board. You will tend to be more comfortable with certain types of men or women. Think about it? And that is your anima-animus dynamics, you see. So it's a broader issue, but when you start getting to where you can love more, it's not totally this way, but you will notice you will start having relationships in the inner world with a figure of the other sex, and sometimes they grow up very fast. It's very interesting. Sometimes a little girl or a little boy will come out and they'll be 2 or 3, and within a week or 2 they've gotten adolescent, see, and then they start being your age. It's very interesting kind of movement. Yes?
So you refer as a child as lover. It's the contrasexual that's going to be hidden. It's the relationship.
It tends to be. And then what you find is that you're very closed up. See, I mean, you will function in a very closed up way. You will actually, we see this a lot in narcissistic personality disorders. A narcissistic personality disorder, a la DSM-3 or 3R, they cannot love. And they're very closed up. But if you understand this stuff archetypally, it's wrong to say they can't love. They can't love right now, but they're not safe. They don't really feel safe. The reason the narcissistic personality disorder is so impenetrable, seemingly, is because they've been penetrated too much as children. You show me a narcissistic personality disorder, I'll show you somebody who's been abused as a child, violated a lot. And what you've got to do with those persons is to help them know that there is a part of themselves that's very precious and very vulnerable. And they've got to learn to relate to it. It's a terribly difficult task, but it's possible. Other comments before we stop? Now, we'll come back and we'll discuss this. And what we'll do after the break is I'll just run through these briefly, show you the different ways you can get in trouble in relationships. And you can see, I want you to think about it, and you may be able to see things that I don't see here. But you get in trouble if your partner is in one space and you're in another one. It just doesn't work. You get in trouble if you and your partner always stay in the same space. I want you to think about it. See?
So you're in trouble anyway, Cuddy?
No. It's just that that's usually the case. See, if you work with people, you do any couple therapy or family therapy, you notice that the rule is that we're in trouble more of the time than we're not. But the key is to be able to be in the different spaces together as is appropriate to what is needed. So if your sex life has been suffering, you have to arrange to get into the garden at the same time. And if you don't get into the garden at the same time, nothing is going to work right. But anyway, be thinking about that, the different ways, and there are not an unlimited number of ways to be in trouble. And there's a number of ways, but it's not unlimited. And you can be thinking about it, and I'll give you a little quiz when you get back. We'll start at 1:30 sharp. Okay, let me just give a review just a little bit before we get into this, and then we'll go down through these. I have said that if you look at any of the different traditions in psychoanalysis, either classical Freudian, Adlerian, Covolution self-psychology, or Jungian theory, they all have a way of talking about the way in which grandiosity leads to pathology. You might say infantile grandiosity tends to lead to forms of pathology. Underneath all the forms, in fact, the way the Cohutians would say this is that while some people like to think that the narcissistic personality disorder is only one disorder, if you really understand this business, all psychopathology is narcissistic psychopathology. Because there's always a disordered relationship to one's grandiosity in all the forms. It just expresses itself differently. We'll see that in a minute. It should become clear to you before we stop today that if you're a dependent personality disorder, you're probably married to a narcissistic personality disorder. Because you project either your king or queen on the partner. In effect, you abdicate. And you let them usurp your royal role. And then you're very dependent upon them because the only way you can relate to this numinous, grandiose energy, archetypal Jungians say, is to have them. The magic helper, the magic person. So, and you can take all the different personality disorders and all the different Axis 1 diagnoses, and if you really understand either Cohutian self-psychology or Jungian theory, you could show the way in which each one of those problems manifests a disordered relationship with the archetypal self, or if a Cohutian was saying, some problem regulating the relationship to the grandiosity in the psyche. Now, remember I said to you that Freudians, Adlerians, and Cohutian self-psychologists often talk as if you're going to get rid of this grandiosity by having more analysis. Well, it lessens in its capacity to make your life chaotic if you have a good therapist. you get to where you change in ways in which you act what they would say in a less infantile manner. A Jungian, however, would talk about this a little differently. Numinosity, that is, this magical archetypal energy, is not childish. It's just archetypal. It is just the energy of this inner solar furnace that is in you. This archetypal self is there. It doesn't matter how much analysis you have. It will always be there. And you know, it's been an interesting thing. All these people who have puzzled about midlife crises, all these people that you thought were not infantile, that all of a sudden got into this infantile acting out. Now, does this mean that everybody that has a midlife crisis, were they always borderline? See? If you take a sort of a Freudian developmental view, you got problems, and you tend to think, well, anybody that has a midlife crisis, probably they weren't very well structured. They had not transmuted and internalized their primitive, childish, infantile grandiosity enough. You see? That's what you have to come to. And they just look like they were together. But if you have a Jungian point of view, and you understand that that dragon lurks, you know, that grandiosity is in that solar furnace, and that solar furnace is in you, and it never will not be in you. And that means that at any time, you are subject to being seduced into an inflation. So what changes for a Jungian is not that you don't drain off the lake. I mean, say we got Lake Michigan grandiosity. Well, in the analysis, we don't evaporate that or do it. See, the Freudians kind of think you lessen it down to a large puddle or a large wading pond. See, but a Jungian doesn't think that at all. You still got the lake. What you do is you learn to relate to it better. You learn to take swimming lessons, right? You learn boating and sailing. In fact, sailing is a better metaphor. In fact, Jung sailed a lot. And some people have said, I think Vander Post said that he wondered how much Jung's understanding of sailing influenced his understanding of the psyche. Because when you're a sailor, you don't ever get the fantasy that the ocean will not be the ocean. Really? I mean, if any of you sail, and if you've ever done any sailing on the open sea, a sailor that knows what the sailor is doing never, ever learns to think that the ocean is a pond. See? Or that it's going to always be friendly. It is what it is. It's just the ocean. And sometimes it has typhoons, and sometimes it doesn't. And you just learn how to relate to it. You know when to go in and dock and get your boat up, and when to come out and go sailing. And I think that Vander Post is right about that. That is really accurate to Jung's view of the way you relate to the unconscious, with great respect, bordering on fear. So, and again, I hope you hear what I'm saying about the importance of these recent developments of Kohut and self-psychology in helping us get a better sense of the way these storms come up and go down. You know, it's like they're very good at this. But a Jungian would think of these archetypal patterns as being always with us, and we're always in danger, one might say, of getting inflated, not in general, but in one configuration. or the other. See, that's the genius, I think, of classical Jungian thought. The genius being that all grandiosity does not look alike. You see, if you think that only the narcissistic personality disorders, those are the really grandiose people, you do not understand. See, because let me do some diagnostic categories just right quick here. Your compulsive personality disorder is here. Compulsive personality disorders are mainlining that Mars energy. Now I'm talking about the personality disorder, not other compulsive forms. If you're a substance abuser, you've got the lover energy is not in its human form. You've got a God's appetites. I can't get no satisfaction. The reason that crack is so addictive is it puts you directly into the archetypal lover. And you get 190 proof joy when you're on crack. And they say, how long does it take you to get addicted to crack? About, 3 seconds, I think they say. About 3 seconds. And that's because once it connects you with these centers in your personality, and you have felt that good. See, remember the archetypal lover is that this is the dance. This is joy when you're on the good side of it. This is pleasure when you're on that positive side of it. And so when you get substance abuse in its various forms, you're seeing a lot of lover phenomena. Jan Bauer, this analyst, this woman Jungian analyst in Montreal, has done some interesting work on this and alcoholism. She quite rightly sees alcoholism as a disturbance in the love aspect. Schizoid personalities. You know, Theodore, if you haven't gotten familiar with Theodore Milan's work on psychopathology, he's real helpful. Particularly his little book, Disorders of Personality, and his old 1968 textbook on modern psychopathology. But he talks about the detached personality. And the detached personality has got too much of this. Too much magician. They're too much into the observer. Who was that? The detached, schizoid personality types, asocial personality types too. Oh, Milan, Millon, Theodore Milan. Get your checkbook out when you get ready to buy any of his stuff. It's very expensive. These psychology textbooks, you know. Yeah.
I don't understand, why you got to link them with sacred and transformational state.
Well, because the magician she says, why is the magician related to transformative space?
I mean, I understand why that could be. Even when you're seeing the client, it's kind of not what, I've felt it change suddenly.
See, ritual, well, because anytime you're a ritual elder, such as a therapist or priest or a shaman or a witch in Wicca, you're not being yourself when you're functioning. You're functioning in a social role that has certain responsibilities and certain tasks. And that task is to understand the dynamics of transformation. If you're a Roman Catholic priest, what you're supposed to understand is the Mass. And you are, in the fantasy that is supposed to be there, you are supposed to be the one who is a successor in the priesthood after the order of Melchizedek. And I mean, if you haven't studied liturgics, if you haven't studied the theology of the Mass, I mean, there's a whole esoteric knowledge around the Mass. And what you do is you understand this transformation symbolism, and you have been set aside as a priest. Who is standing there is not an ordinary human personality. You're not looking at Bill or Joe or Tom or whatever. In terms of a myth, you're looking at somebody that is a high technician of the sacred. And they are to undergo this. In fact, you can read Jung's book on transformation symbolism in the Mass. It's all there. But, in other words, most human cultures had ritual elders. Ours doesn't. We substitute psychotherapists or substance abuse counselors or, doctors. But in most of human history, the role of the ritual elder has been clear, and it has been based on this archetype. This is the archetype that goes with other archetypes that are not part of the archetypal self. There's another major archetype that is related to this, the archetype of initiation. It is the magician that is in charge of the initiation process in any culture. And so the death and rebirth stuff you've read about, all that death and rebirth, that's an archetype. That is an archetype that relates to human personality and culture. It is not the archetypal self. The archetype, the magician aspect, though, is the one that oversees that. See? So that's why it's related to ritual. But you'd see why, because it is this part of the personality that is the one who knows. And, for example, it is this part of the personality that has to be really turned on for you to know how you're doing with regard to all the rest of it. When you get a person that's real unconscious, this circuit is off. They don't have it turned on. And so they go to the therapist, and the therapist carries it for them until they can get theirs going. Yes.
I see it in myself. I mean, I've been told like in past lifetimes I've been that. And I do, and I see it. Because I can see that I can be so evolved and so spiritual in some ways. There are ways that I'm inadequate in functioning in the physical that are just, people cannot believe it.
Yeah, when we get into this wonderful spirit, our spiritual self, our wonderful evolved spiritual self that we've all got, when we're feeling very spiritual and religious and all that. That's this archetype we're in touch with.
It feels really good.
And when it feels great, I mean, it really feels great to be possessed of any of these for a while until you run into the real world. I mean, see, and if you don't have to deal with any persons, see, there's where we get to the relationship business. As long as you don't have to relate to anybody, and you're real inflated, it feels wonderful. I mean, you're the great king, or you're the great queen, or you're the great warrior saving the world. You're against war. You're a leader in Greenpeace or something. Of course, you can't have any relationships, but you're a great Greenpeace warrior, and you volunteer to go on the new Rainbow Warrior, But anyway, it feels wonderful until you have to relate to anybody. And then, of course, they see your shadow. Everybody else sees your shadow. That is the human side of you that we can't see when we're inflated. But anyway, so as I said earlier, warrior pathology, we see that in the composite. We also see it in the antisocial personality, what Milan calls the active independent. The big 8-wheeler rolling down the track that'll roll right over you. And, this is the Rambo kind of personality. And, of course, the king or queen that wants to be adored and worshipped, that's the narcissistic personality disorder. And you might even say, in some ways, it's the histrionic personality. The histrionic personality is a little confused. They keep running around wanting to be worshipped, and they can't figure out whether it's you that's supposed to be worshipped or whether it's them that's supposed to be worshipped. They know it's there somewhere. So histrionic will be charming as possible, and they'll look in your eyes and they'll wait and see if you're going to worship. And if you do worship, I will stay talking to you for a while. If you begin to get a little bored, I will find somebody else to see if you'll talk to me. That's the histrionic. So the histrionic is looking around for the eye of mirroring, what Kohut would call the mirroring eye. Mirror my grandiosity, please, but mirror it perfectly and mirror it fast. You know, do not delay. And of course, you never mirror it perfectly for them. That's why they go on to the next person. So anyway, you can work a lot with it. One of the things that Jungians have not done that has to be done soon is to do a lot more systematic work, taking the classic psychiatric psychopathology textbook and just doing a Jungian explication. We could probably do that. Tom Lavin, one of our analysts here in Chicago, I don't know whether you've met Tom, but he's the person who could do this. He's just too busy. He doesn't get around to doing it. But anyway, now, here's the quiz time. Here we go. First thing we're going to do is we're going to ask, what happens if, we're going to talk about a couple of relationships now. What happens if a couple are adequately related to the king and queen? Tell me about what will be true about their relationship and what strengths they will have and what weaknesses they will have in their relationship. Jump in, have the courage to be imperfect.
You mean the male and female?
Yeah, say the male and the female are both organized chiefly here. Now, what will they be like? Yes.
It makes me think actually of the Bingham family, that family in Louisville, the parents would talk with each other and talk with images that they help each other sustain with each other. The children were really basically what very sensible. Very powerful.
No, I don't know. Yeah.
So I guess you'd expect a lot of puffed upness and not a real sense of desire necessarily for each other, but for.
So one form it would take is if there was a lot of sort of shadow king and shadow queen, and they were sort of inflated and arrogant, and if they kind of made their peace with each other a little bit, but they'd still expect the children to adore them, and they wouldn't have a lot of time for the children. Find your own way, kid. We've got you somebody we're sending you off to boarding school. Yes, right. What was that movie about the North Shore? Ordinary People. You get a little bit of that in Ordinary People, So that's one, but that's only one form. What are some others? Okay, but you see, that's more of the positive side of the king and queen. But notice something interesting here. You can be in the positive, you can be accessing the positive side of the king and queen and actually be very nurturing. But it become a problem. Now, say that's not the other one. She's talking about the shadow king and shadow queen and a sort of a loosely cooperative relationship. But what about the more positive side of king and queen? What happens in that family? Yes?
If you identify with their roles of parents, father and mother.
And what would dad probably call mom? You notice this. Listen to the language. If you go into a home and the male of the household says mom, or vice versa, you've got that form. And it's fine and dandy for certain things. I mean, they make good PTA representatives, right? And they may be good scout leaders, right? But tell me more. Yes?
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's suburbia USA.
I've seen
Or
some.
let me say that isn't suburbia USA filled with perfect examples of that?
Well, they would like to think so. I mean, they would like to think so. And of course, that is an image there, and you get it from the 50s. In the 50s, a lot of the 50s, were into this kind of mom and dad. Gee, Ozzie and Harriet,
Well,
right?
you have to forgive me that I come from Michigan and we're
Ah.
behind.
I don't know about that.
It's still very much they call each other mom and dad, and the
Mhm.
whole life revolves around taking care of the children. And what I see as lacking, and always have, is why I don't live in suburbia, is that there's nothing between them. There's no sexuality.
Mhm.
They never fight because everything is the front of, how would this look and how would the children be affected?
That's right. How would this look?
And so on. But at any rate, then in the end, I think what you were learning is that at the end, they're so totally dependent on this admiration from the children, or just the
Well, maybe
sustenance.
even if they don't, even if they are really not looking for the children to mirror them, even if they don't, what you're getting is this thing that, this mom and dadism, and it's very interesting, though. Did you see that movie, Blue Velvet? There's an underworld down there. There's always the shadow. And the tendency of this is, of course, you don't tend to have very much warrior in those people. That is, they tend to depreciate career and creative endeavors. And that's always a problem. And it's more of a problem often in our culture for the woman, but it's not just a problem for the woman. You find a lot of men who are in this kind of situation who do not take themselves seriously. The only thing that they take seriously about themselves is their role as father. They don't really take their work seriously. They don't take a lot of other things seriously. But it's this kind of role. So there's very little of this sense of vocation, And as you say, the sexuality often suffers. In fact, it's often non-existent between them. But, right, it's non-existent between them. However, along about midlife, along about midlife, the thing about that the history of religion teaches you that gods and goddesses are jealous. They don't like people worshiping at all these other shrines and not sacrificing at their shrine. So these archetypal configurations get more energy. Jung always pointed out, the more a thing goes into the shadow, the more energy it gets, the more primitive it gets, the more dangerous it gets. And as Freud said, the repressed shall return. So what you've got is a situation in which everything is mom and dad. Yes, somebody here. Yes.
I think one of the dangers is that they are nurturing to their kids, but they're very poor role models for their kids because their children don't see how to deal with their own aggression and their own wants.
That's right. In other words, niceness becomes a real virtue in this kind of nice environment. And that's why you said Ozzie and Harriet. You got an Ozzie and Harriet world, but you've got kids that have to be socialized to deal with a world that has got jaws in it. So, okay. Now, you're going to add something to it.
Would this also be the type of person that a couple that would need to idealize each other on one level, but on the other never really be satisfied with the other? The husband would be perfect, but she really wouldn't think there'd be a real conflict of feelings for each other.
A lot of it would be, if they're into the really positive side of the queen and king, there would be a lot of mutual idealization. And if they worked out that mutually idealizing each other in that role, but they would repress a lot of the negatives. The fact that they're not having any sex. You get people coming in to you for marital therapy that are in this pattern, and if you don't ask, they're not going to mention it. And there are a lot of therapists, especially people that are not, Freudians, and not Masters and Johnson oriented. They will do therapy with people a long time before they'll ever ask about their sex life. In fact, there are some folks that are so into, dream interpretation and everything, that they never get down to asking, well, so tell me about your sex life. And they, it's like you asking Queen Victoria. This is how dare you? And so it's hard to get them grounded in their bodies. They're not in the body very much. See? Yes, sir. Very often their bodies are out of shape, and they're out of shape for more reason than one. It's not just that they're not trying to be attractive. They're very often overweight. They're not trying to be attractive because there's no lover that has to be attractive. But also there's no warrior. And it's your warrior who goes to the health club to work out on the machines. There are very few really flabby warriors. See? Male or female, yes.
Well, going through that listen, what would be missing from the magician then maybe is the lack of observation. In other words, they get so caught up in this world that they lose touch with reality.
Right. So there's very little awareness.
Mothers that everything their children does is seen through rose-colored glasses and they're perfect.
Yeah, Merlin is out somewhere else here. See, the magician part of the personality is not online because they're not asking questions. They're not saying, what are we doing? They're not saying, what about our life? See, one of the things the family therapists constantly find in dysfunctional families is that the parents are not putting enough energy into their relationship as man and woman. Forget the kids a minute. There's not enough energy going into the personal, not impersonal, the personal relationship between the husband and the wife. And this is a setup for the kids because the kids will inevitably get into Oedipal problems. If mom and dad are not seeing each other as sex objects, they're going to be seeing the kids as sex objects. That's a rule. And it's not just Freudian, although Freud was right about that. So that's one thing. Now look at this. Let's shift. We'll come back and we'll do it all. But let's get through these now. What about a couple that is basically organized in terms of the dominant or archetypal configurations, and we're going to deal with them when they're organized together for a while. And then we're going to talk about when they're not in the same ones. But okay, so we got a warrior couple. Describe one that you know. Do you know any warrior couples where they're both organized? Tell me about them, somebody.
It always seemed to me like they were in conflict with each other. Most incredible thing. Even to buying clothes, out buying the other one, and then out scolding the other one for buying, and then out dressing the other one.
Yes.
It was just
Competition, conflict, criticism. See? A lot of blaming. Constant bickering and blaming would be a couple who are into the warriors, but they haven't figured out something. They haven't figured out that the warrior couple is supposed to be partners against chaos. And so they turn the guns in on each other. And the only thing about it is, these marital therapists, you got to fight more. You two got to fight more. They throw that off real lightly. They don't understand that these are not humans fighting. These are archetypes fighting. And when the archetypal warrior fights with a female warrior, fights with the archetypal male warrior, it's Götterdämmerung. This is the twilight of the gods. I mean, they know only escalation. Have you ever seen two really good fighters? And have you ever done any? I mean, it's amazing to behold. I mean, they fight dirty. I mean, they are out to kill. They are out to destroy. You can always tell the difference between archetypal fighting and human fighting. Archetypal fighting is always manifest in rage, because rage intends to build nothing. It intends to destroy. It intends to destroy the other. Anger in fighting is always trying to find some way to get to the other. It's always trying to find some way to find a way to get to each other. That's why a lot of the time, and you know, that's the kind of healthy human fighting where you express your affection and love, but you make me want to strangle you, you know. And you know, but when you see the rage stuff, see the Freudians, the contemporary Freudians talk about that stuff as infantile. Well, it looks infantile. The only thing about it is it's real archetypal, and it is like these powerful laser guns of the Star Wars program. And when you see that kind of rage, they call it narcissistic rage, because it's the offended god or goddess. You can always look at a person that you're working with, or you look at yourself or something. You can always tell when it's the angry god or goddess because of the rage quotient. I mean, that is when the eyes are flashing with the most radical fire. That's the offended god or goddess. See? And there's one thing you can know about that. It doesn't want reconciliation.
No.
Devastation, yes. Reconciliation, no. Divorce lawyers could tell you a lot about this. Okay. So if they turn it on each other, you get this perpetual bickering, and if it gets to divorce time, then they forget everything that was ever good. They can't even remember why they wanted to be with each other. See? And they know that it was totally wrong. You know, it's the demonization of the other. That's the thing about this archetypal pattern. The reason I put the couple over here is because this is the archetypal configuration in which Satan always appears. The archetypal enemy always appears in this. If you really get down to the archetypal level. This is what happens with the borderline a lot of the time. When they come into therapy, and you're the most wonderful therapist that ever lived, and then when you get the other side of the Mexican jumping bean, you become Satan personified. It's not just that you made a mistake. It's not just that you didn't mirror perfectly, and that you basically had goodwill. It's that really you're out to just exploit them, take their money. You have not a human warm, caring thing in your body, and you really ought to be to have your license taken away. Because you can see the Satan transference there. Well, this is what happens in marriage relationships when the archetypal warriors' guns get turned on each other. They become demonized. There's nothing human, nothing good in the other. But that's not the only way. Let's talk about these two career marriages. Let's talk about the two career marriages where they're going to have it all. At least that's what they set out to do. And say they don't turn the guns on each other. Let's just say that they've figured out they're going to try to make it. What are the problems there?
No relationship. They live in the same camp together. That's about it.
They live in the same camp. That's great. They live in the same barracks. There's not really a lot of room for kids in that barracks.
They even have a name for it.
The what?
They even have a name for it.
Which is what?
Double income, no kids.
Double income, no kids. And so the interesting thing about the warrior configuration, I mean, I don't have very time to elaborate this a lot. I gave a course on the warrior configuration recently. One of the interesting things is it has no place for relationships, really, except fellow warriors. The sex that you have with a warrior is recreational. That's why they were always camp followers, you know, the idea. You've heard the word hookers. You know where the word hookers came from? General Hooker. That was the prostitutes following General Hooker's camps during the Civil War that gave the name hookers to prostitutes. That is to say, sex in the warrior camp is recreation, is R&R sex. And you know, in the mythology, Mars has an affair with who? Yes, Aphrodite. Yes. So you see that archetypal configuration. The warrior and the Aphrodite, the archetypal lover, get together for a roll in the hay. They don't build any homes. They don't build any world together. They are not partners in that respect. See that? See. So there is a certain very fiery sexuality that comes between the warrior and the archetypal lover. But it is not the kind of thing which builds an ongoing, long-term committed relationship. You follow that? You see that? Okay, so the warrior couple, in a way that's kind of like the king and queen couple, they will neglect their sex life with each other. Why? Well, they're not together all that much. And when they are together, what? They are tired. Please, please, honey, you know, I had 15 clients today, or whatever it was, you know. You know. Yes.
My warrior skills. It feels like the statements are, unless we're just talking about people come to psychotherapy, I don't hear anything of the mature warrior that can exist in people. And I'm thinking of folks, especially as warriors and also in the king and queen, who bring some maturity. And I've seen partners against chaos.
Oh, yeah.
And people who really respect one another but are free enough and independent enough to let the partner, there's no clinging. So I know the darkness you're talking about, but I also have seen a positive relationship here.
Absolutely.
And also when the king and queen are really bringing life to the next generation or freeing the children to be who they're supposed to be. So is it that we're not looking?
We're talking about dysfunctions.
Dysfunctions, okay.
We're talking about, you're absolutely right. The really mature person with what Ettinger calls a mature ego self-axis, that is a flexible relationship to the different aspects of the archetypal self, will be able to embody these things as appropriate. And anybody that doesn't have enough warrior is very crippled. I mean, you should be quite clear. You need, we'll see more of that in a minute, because if you don't have enough warrior, you will not be intimate. This is something a lot of people don't realize. That if your warrior is not developed, you may have a lot of sex, but you will not have any intimacy. Because you will not take the risk of being open. Because you were open once before in childhood, and you got mauled. And therefore, you decide the only way to be with people is distance. I talk about, if you decided that the only way for you to relate to people is totally out of your warrior, then you're not intimate. If you have no warrior at all, you will tend to be either masochistic constantly being hurt by people that you get into relationships, but then they'll hurt you. The series of abusive relationships, no warrior. See, very little. You got intimacy for a while, but then it always blows up. But the ideal is to have a flexible warrior who doesn't interfere with your intimacy unless needed. And in other words, if you get in a relationship and you get intimate and then they start abusing you, you have to have a warrior who will say no to this and stop it. A lot of people that get in serial abusive relationships do not have that capacity. You see that? Anybody doesn't see that? Okay. So in other words, the warrior stuff is absolutely a must, but it shouldn't be compulsive. It shouldn't be frozen in as a pattern. Yes.
Society, I think it's fair to say that we're not encouraging warriors, except for certain men, and I know what you're saying, I mean certain types.
Upper middle class professional culture, almost everybody is under pressure to be warriors. Now, if you're an upper middle class professional segment of our culture, you are under pressure to be a career person, warrior. See? And so the question then is, if you read all the yuppie magazines, I mean, the question, and they all have articles, you look at any month in the yuppie magazines, they're all dealing with this issue. How can I have it all? You know? Yeah, and it's nice to want it all, and everybody needs to try to get a balance, but the problems, you'll see the problems here that are involved in that. Yeah. Let's run through the rest of these now, and then we'll go back to seeing the imbalances. What about a couple who are too dominated or into a dominant magician? Give me an example. A couple like that. Have you ever seen any like that? What would they be like?
I think one was it's a therapist-client relationship, where one's helping the other.
Yeah. What if they're both therapists? See. See. Or a clergy couple, often. Yeah. A lot of the time, if you get two very high introverts, a couple of INFPs get married. Think about that thing. You can really see the kind of difficulties in kind of interacting that would come in that. Very introverted couples that do not communicate a lot. You know, you have couples that do not have much interaction with each other at all. They don't talk much. And but that's not saying that they're accessing the magician in a positive way, because I mean they're just pulled way off into the introversion and don't relate to each other well. They're sort of the schizoid couple. Their inner figure is a lot more real to them than each other. The clergy couples often get into being the warrior couples. You see, there's a woman clergyman has a tremendous amount of strain and stress. It's it's a hard job, but for one of the things, they're under enormous pressure to lead fights on a lot of issues. So they are expected to be real powerful liberation theologians and so forth. And so it's more likely in clergy couples these days who are out there on the front lines to be warrior couples rather than magician couples. I think maybe two therapists in the same family. That's more close to this one. Others, well, what else would you say?
Where does the artist fall in the therapist-artist couple quite often?
Well, that would be a little different. That would be, the artists tend to have a lot of the lover archetype dominant. If they don't really have a really powerful connection, to the lover aspect, then they do not have the kind of intense experience of the world which they need for painting or for sculpture. You know, this is body. Remember, lover is body stuff, embodiment, sacramental. You know, it's world, it's things. And so, let's just talk for a minute. You get a couple that is really into the lover together. They may have great sex. You know, Dr. Ruth's great sex. But if they don't have enough of these others, they will have great sex with other people too. See? And it's not that they're not into the body. It's not that they're not into enjoyment. But if they are totally organized around the lover, they will not build an ongoing, long-term, committed relationship, usually. Because if you don't have these others, you won't be able to sustain the relationship. Okay, so that's when they match each other. Now let's talk about when you've got different patterns. Tell me some patterns that you've seen.
Wait.
Yes.
For the magician, if they're married to each other, would find that they would be neglectful of their own children. What you were talking about, that voyeurism, that they would be so much helping outside of their home that their children would be neglected.
It's kind of like the preacher's kid.
Yeah, or in psychiatrists where you see that their own children have struggling problems.
That's right. If you've been a therapist all day, mother and dad are both therapists, and they've been therapizing all day, you know, they've about had it with nurture.
Or everybody else's problems are more important than the family.
So that's a hard thing to carry on, you know. And also one of the other things is if you are really organized in this magician thing, you know, and you and I are married, I'll say to you, well, you know, I really see your complex around the such and such. And you know that problem you're having with me, I really think that's really related to your relationship with your father. It's really not to do with me. I really think it's a developmental issue. What do you think of that?
I think it's
You said, I think you're projecting. That's great. I love it. You get that? You think I'm projecting on it.
In the magician couple, then really you run the danger of them being in two very different transformational spaces.
Oh, yeah.
Not being aware of the fact that they're in two.
Yes. That's right. That's right. They're
Transformational, but not being personal, because they are people interacting with people as opposed to therapist with therapist.
That's right. That's right. If you're in that magician thing, you are sort of turning the other person into an object of knowledge. I'm very interested in your dynamics. And your dynamics are affecting me in thus and so a way. In other words, I treat every aspect of our relationship like it's a countertransference problem. And so, in effect, I dehumanize you. You see.
How does this couple fight?
Like that. Accuse each other of certain dynamic problems that you've not worked out in your therapy. Have you talked to your therapist about this? You know, it's like nothing I ever do is really me. Well, they fight, but it's always a characteristic. It's always an ad hominem argument. It's like, you know, it's always like I'm attacking your psychodynamics. Well, not really. I think they tend to constantly be interpreting, which is always distancing in a way. You know, if I'm interpreting you, I'm always distancing you in some way. See?
It seems like just from that they're disarming the other person's voice.
Oh, yes.
They're unloading their gun.
How does it disarm the warrior in the other? I think you're right. I hadn't thought of that, but I think you're right. So how would you be disarming my warrior?
There's no personal interaction. You put it on the plane.
Yes.
So that there, it's like, this is body. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think of it in your terms. I'd have to think about it. It would be.
I've just said to you, let's go dancing. And you don't treat that as my desire to go dancing with you. You look at that and say, there's some ulterior motive in here. There's some sort of thing that you need to interpret in this. I'm too extroverted or something. Or whatever. And so it always. I think you're really right. It takes away the forcefulness of the other person's complaint. You interpret it away. This is what we do to people that we're working with when the client or the analysand says to you, "You're not really listening to me," and they're right. Because you're in some sort of countertransference put down with them, and they say, "You're not listening to me," and the therapist says, "Do you remember any time you felt that way when you were a child?" When in fact, the therapist was not listening. It's the same thing. One of the things now is the best thought on transference, countertransference is that there's a lot more emphasis on the therapist dealing with that and being clear that the patient or the client or the analysand is right and not doing that distancing.
If a child is treated that way, wouldn't that drive them crazy?
Yeah, I think it drives anybody crazy to be treated that way. Because it's really an attack on the self. It's an attack on your own integrity, your own experiencing. See? And that's where the Cohoosians talk about empathy. Because that's not empathic. If you're interpreting everybody's interactions with you rather than interacting, it's not empathic. Okay, but now what are some of the what about some of the other kinds of relating that you can do? Say you've got, yes, go ahead. All right. What would you say about that? What would happen?
A lot of sex in the beginning, fighting.
You see this a lot in this phenomenon. He's talking about the king lover thing. I think that's one of the dynamics, but what you see a lot is in these very influential businessmen that fall in love with someone who really is a sexual turn-on. And then, after a brief time, this person realizes there's something wrong with the deal. Now, why? Often this is a narcissistic personality disorder, male. And this person discovers that they're not really getting very much at all. And also this person begins to note that they don't get any respect. And very often this person then will go into therapy. Thinking there's something wrong with them. And when they start realizing that they need to develop more of the warrior, then the relationship comes apart usually. Because Big Daddy can't handle the criticism that comes when she develops her warrior. So that's a common pattern, so I think you're right about that. What else do you see? Yes.
Is the lover part of each of us the only part of us that is sexually attracted? You said the king will marry the woman who is the
real turn on, and you immediately point just to the lover. She's the only
Well,
one.
see, men that are in this king-dominated pattern tend to be for a long time in their life, they tend to be very out of touch with their own lover side. And they tend to get into building, a lot of the time, they will build sort of king-queen alliances, and in their marriage and in their home life, they'll build that. And then later on, they will meet an Aphrodite who will introduce them to areas of the psyche that they never knew. And then that's when they'll get those midlife divorces. And it's not, you see, the lover part is the archetype of sexuality in terms of what we mean when we talk about sexual therapy and sexual dysfunction. It's not that all of them are not sexual. They're clearly sexual in some way. But in terms of embodied sexuality, incarnated, embodied sexuality, if you're not talking about parenting, see, parenting is very sexual. It's just, it's not the kind of personal, intense kind of interacting sexually that Aphrodite represents. You need to read the section in Bolin on Aphrodite. It's very interesting. Aphrodite loves the individual man. She really does. And so does the male counterpart. The male counterpart to Aphrodite loves the individual woman. He doesn't love the mother or the magus or the career person. He loves the individual woman. He loves her eyes. He loves her nose. He loves everything. The only thing about that part of the man, he also loves every other woman's individuality. See, that's the thing about Aphrodite. She really, the people that say Aphrodite is not really love, they're wrong. It is really love. She really does love that man. But she loves that one too. Oh, he's beautiful. He got brown eyes instead of blue eyes. And gosh, she's got green eyes. And so it's really love. It's just that it doesn't stay too long. You know, it loves widely. So you get the king queen thing we've talked about already. But you also get these king lover, queen lover arrangements. And that works until the individual who is primarily organized in the lover starts wanting more. You can make love just so many times a day, right? Yeah.
But the indiscriminate nature of the lover can be seen by the king or queen as a lack of differentiation, a lack of consciousness, a lack of will.
Yeah, absolutely. And lack of faithfulness. See? And it's interesting. It is what the king doesn't have. He doesn't have this. See, this is in his shadow. If you look at Camelot, it's wonderful. Get the movie Camelot, and you can see so much of these dynamics acted out in that story. Because King Arthur, he's not got the lover side too well integrated. And sure enough, somebody comes along that fills in. And it's interesting about Lancelot. He thinks he's total warrior. If you want to get that and listen to the story, it's wonderful because Lancelot thinks, I am the most committed warrior, the most committed knight. I am so loyal. I am so pure. I would never do anything untoward. Certainly not to my king's wife. But of course, there again, the lover is in the shadow of the warrior too. So in that story, you see the way in which all of these different things get played out. Okay. So, if a person is organized in one of these, the lover stuff will be in their shadow. See? And they may go a long time without having any manifestation of that in a relationship. But you can see how it's inherently unstable. See? That is, the lover stuff, according to Jung, very powerful, will come forth in some form, but not always in obviously sexual form. Remember, that's where we talked about the addictions. If it doesn't come out, if the lover stuff doesn't come out in a clearly embodied sexual expression, it will often come out in some form of substance abuse. And a lot of the time, you know, you talked about how the king and queen are often overweight. Well, that's the embodiment stuff is coming out through food and not through sexuality. What other patterns have you seen? Yes.
I have some friends. She's a warrior woman. He's a magician man. And she says it's terrible to be married to a therapist. You have to process everything and get it worked out for you to sleep tonight. And he never gets anything else done around the house. That's just
He never gets anything done. That's a key.
Yeah.
The magician doesn't do anything. He knows everything, but he doesn't do anything. Probably including her. But I mean, there it is. The magician wants to process. That's a wonderful example. That's a wonderful example. Other examples from your own experience. Think about people that you know, relationships that you know.
Thinking of a female warrior in
Okay, let's think about that.
Select the person she chose, she left, and her rules constantly.
There are a lot of these. There are a lot of these situations in which the marriage started out, and it started out with her being the queen with a family, but when she gets about 40, goes back to school, gets her PhD, becomes a warrior, starts being real successful professionally. What happens to him then? He's a lonely king. He with a big castle. You know. Do what? Often will find a lover. See? And you can see, in terms of the configurations, why that would happen. Because no one is paying any attention to the lover in that marriage. And you can be sure it's going to manifest somewhere. People will come to me in these kinds of situations where the one is the queen and the other is the warrior, or vice versa. And I say, this situation is an affair looking for a place to happen. So, are one of you seeing someone else? Oh. No, how could you say such a thing? See? And then I say, are you sure your spouse is not seeing someone else? And they hadn't even thought about it. Fascinating. Well, she hasn't been getting home until 11 o'clock most nights. She's been very busy at work. See? And vice versa. But notice, it's fascinating. The question had not occurred. Why had it not occurred?
Because she didn't even think about that realm.
Well, why didn't she think about that realm? It's in the shadow, that's right. And that's the point. This is not my space. I don't think about extramarital affairs. What is this? That's not my space. Well, but it is their space. And very often, this thing is set up, and if the spouse, this is the fascinating thing about couple therapy, if you try to start rearranging this arrangement, you get a lot of resistance. See? Somebody tell me why there's resistance. Why is there so much resistance in the getting? Yeah.
Because this is what they see their relationship as, and if you take this away, then what have they got? Nothing.
Yeah.
So then there's nothing wrong.
Absolutely. You're familiar with this. This is what the relationship is. I have long ago learned to be resigned to this. At least that's what I think. I have long ago learned to be resigned to this. But it's also a commentary on the ego structures. We need to remember, back to the ego. See, the ego that is not strong and flexible will be very dependent on being in a certain configuration. You see that? That is, if to the extent that the ego is not mature, it will get used to being inflated in a certain pattern. And it will think that's the world. See that?
I want to ask one.
Okay, sure.
Are one of these, when you get into a negative relationship like this, I'm just thinking of the lover and the king. Would the lover be a good mirror and the king be a good idealizer?
She's saying if you get into one of these deals where you've got the king and the lover, or the queen and the lover, is that a deal where you've got the lover being a good source of mirroring or adoration? Usually that's the case. Because usually the person that's compulsively in the king or compulsively in the queen is a person that's a junkie for adoration. It's what the Cohoosians call mirror hunger. The mirror-hungry personality will often be a king or queen. And so they will really gravitate to somebody that knows how to adore. And of course, an Aphrodite, or a male version, Eros, knows how to adore. I just adore your little toe, and I just adore that freckle right there, and I just adore your ear. Did anybody ever tell you how fantastic your ear is? Your little ear. You know, I mean, you think that's, I mean, when you get into all this lover world, I mean, the lover knows how to adore, and the lover adores inch by inch. It sounds pretty damn good, that's right. And the thing about it is, if you get into the Masters and Johnson sex therapy, you can really understand why the Masters and Johnson approach works in terms of archetypal configurations. Because if you have the lover thing in the shadow, number one, you don't have time to have sex anyway. Because sex takes a lot of time from the lover's point of view. But not only that, the perceptual style is totally out of whack. Because the lover's perceptual style is turned way up. And they are really looking. And the thing about it is when you run into one of these Aphrodite or Eros personalities, you walk in the room And, you know, people are always talking about how so-and-so undressed them with their eyes. Well, that's the Aphrodite Eros aspect. It's the certain way that the lover looks. But the interesting thing, the lover looks at everything that way. If you meet somebody that's really plugged into the lover archetype, I mean, these people are incredibly visual and tactile. And when somebody walks in the room, they don't just kind of see it out of the peripheral vision. They see that person. Boom. And if a person's really plugged into this lover stuff, they will say to you after a while, for example, 5 o'clock tonight, somebody would say, did you see that person in the green dress? You know, with the such and such necklace and the so and so shoes and so on. And if you're not into the lover, you'll say, what? Or did you see that guy with the red hair and the green eyes? But if there's no lover in there connected, that won't even compute. You follow that? Yeah, right.
It seems like love introduces chaos and conflict within all these other spaces. And it seems to me that we spend a lot of time building space without love in it. And
that's right. That's why people are so afraid of this lover thing. See, in terms of the history of the human race, you look at it. It's fascinating to think about the struggle the human race has had trying to deal with this lover configuration. It has had an enormous struggle with it, and it has never done very well with it. And you think about the whole social institution of prostitution. Now that's a split. If you think about psyche, the existence of prostitution is evidence of a split in the psyche where a lot of the lover stuff is split off and put in a separate place. And it is amazing to see the way this thing operates in people's psyches. If you sit in a psychoanalyst chair long enough, you're going to learn a lot about prostitution. Because you're going to see men and women that are into all forms of prostitution. Yes.
Was prostitution around prior to Christianity? I know it's the oldest profession, but what is it, Western or?
I don't think that it has to do with Western or Eastern or anything. I think that it has been one of the ways the human race has sought in a very destructive way to deal with this problem of unconsciousness.
So then it's human as opposed to so many people put it onto the Virgin Mary Christianity.
Oh, that's not. Listen, if you hadn't been to Bangkok, or to Bombay, you will know. I mean, if you've been there, you'll know that prostitution is not just Christian. See, that is to say, this thing is unruly. See, that's a very insightful point that you've made. The lover is not very supportive of structures and order. I mean, passion and this eros is a uniting, inclusive thing. It doesn't like drawing lines. Something there is that doesn't love a wall, you know. And the lover part does not like walls of any kind. And it doesn't like exclusions. And that's why I say you got to understand, if there's not enough warrior in the personality, there won't be any marital fidelity. See? Because the warrior part of the personality understands that some things you sacrifice for. Some things you give up goods for. Some things you realize would be lovely, but you do not take advantage of them on the way to doing what it is that you're doing. So that's a very insightful point. And I think that the fear of the lover in a lot of families sets people up to have it even further in the shadow. And the further it is in the shadow, the more dangerous it will be in terms of any kind of relationship. Because if it's in the shadow, in the unconscious, split off into the netherworld, then it can't be integrated and it can't humanize the other relationships. See, that's one of the sad things. A person without a lot of the lover integrated into their life is very cold, unrelated, often sadistic. Sadism comes when that lover part is not adequately integrated. So in sadomasochistic relationships, you can do a lot of stuff with trying to understand sadomasochism in the light of this business. Yes?
I don't know whether I can explain this stuff, but the Jungian X with the intuition thinking.
Yes, typology.
And then you, yes, the typology. You referred earlier there was a connection here. The connection I made was that in the intuitive was the king. Aha! Isn't that interesting? How did I do that? I didn't encourage it. I guess I did it through people that I know, okay? But if I just follow...
You don't have to give us their names and addresses.
So I ended up with the king, queen, and intuitive, the warrior and the thinker, the magician and the feeling, and the lover and the sensate. And a lot of that has been reinforced through what you've been saying. But here's my burning question, is that a long time ago when I did this act, I said, aha. And the reason that first, and I said, aha, in every first marriage, we marry the guy on the other end of the axis that we're on. So the thinker marries the feeler, and the intuitive marries the sense, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, on second marriages, we marry the guy next door, okay?
That would be an interesting empirical study, wouldn't it?
So you show the king with the lover, and the warrior with the magician, queen with the lover, and I can see the magician with the enemy, and I'm going...
There's probably a lot of really good... See, one of the sad things is that there are not enough really good research psychologists that work on this kind of thing. All of these kinds of things could be researched.
Will the king ever marry the magician? That's my first question.
Well, they probably do sometimes, but you've got to understand. See, it's the queen. I mean, the king stuff. If the king is really fairly mature and not just manifesting the shadow king, he might get interested in all kinds of people. Well, see, the thing about first marriage and second marriage is interesting because what you look at in relationships is what we're really talking about is you got to become aware of these configurations, the ones that you're comfortable with and the ones that are in the shadow, and the ones that you tend to search out in the other person. For example, if you've got a magus man, typically tends to be a little passive. Some people might say a little passive-aggressive. Right. Passive. Patsy, yes. Could be patsy, too. Pretty good. But anyway, will often, because a magus will have a lot of warrior in the shadow, right? Why do you think professors have such a hard time with anybody that does anything? They're very critical of people that do anything, professors. They always find ways to find something wrong with anything that anybody does. It's wonderful. I'm a professor, so I can talk. But it's interesting. They will often, get this now, they will often marry a woman who has a lot of warrior. It's fascinating. And the woman in the marriage will carry the warrior for the magus man. Very interesting kind of agreement. Now, but what happens if the magus goes into therapy, stops just being a therapist? You know, a lot of therapists never had any therapy. And then realizes what's happening. So the magician man has then got to realize how passive aggressive he's been. Then what happens in the relationship? Think about it. Tell me, you've probably seen this happen. Okay, now think about it. The man has been very passive. He married a very assertive warrior woman. He gets into therapy. He starts doing what? If you buy the theory of individuation, he will start being more assertive. He may become competitive. That may be something that happens. They may get into that thing. But in any case, he will start carrying more of the assertiveness in the relationship. Well, that could happen if the wife will not let him be a little more assertive. You see, if she says to him, "We're going out to such and such play tonight." That's what he always expected her to decide in the past. So now he's in therapy and he's been talking to his therapist. Well, you know, she always decides where we're going. The therapist says, "Well, when are you going to tell her where you want to go?" "Well, I don't know. She might not go." So she says, "We're going to see such and such tonight, such and such play, Into the Woods, whatever." And that's his moment. You know, then he's got to say, "No, I want to go somewhere else." And this is a total renegotiation of the relationship. She don't know what's happening. What's happening? You know. And it hadn't occurred to her that she always decides. Probably. So there's a crisis in the relationship. And if she is not able to move over a little bit and let him have some input, then he may try to find a more passive woman. That often happens. There's often a split right there, and he finds somebody that will go along. Makes him feel assertive, like, "Oh, you're such a warrior, you know."
But then you get more there.
Right, absolutely. Any other configurations you've seen? Yes.
I have a question regarding the lover and the way I'm thinking of the god Ares and the god Dionysus, and how they express that lover, the difference in how they express that lover aspect. And it came up for me when you were discussing the relationship of the warriors, and you know, I had this image of Ares being kind of a intense physical body heat type. I mean,
yes, right,
sexuality,
right.
You know, but then with that, there's the infidelity of Ares, and maybe I'm getting mixed up with the gods here in the various identifications, but then you turn around and you say, well, it's the warrior that creates the ability to
be faithful.
To be faithful.
That's right. That's right. It is the warrior virtue, you see. If you know, what is the Marine motto? Semper Fidelis. And you see, that doesn't mean that Marines are always Semper Fi. Because we're talking about a knighthood ideal there, and it's cross-cultural. You will find it in every culture. It's a commitment. It doesn't mean any particular individual male is going to fulfill it, but that is the virtue. And it's not written into the warrior that he's going to be unfaithful to his wife. That's a failure in the warrior. See, really, it's really a failure in the warrior scheme of things. But the interesting thing on this lover stuff, let's get back down to make sure you get into that. Remember, all of these sexual therapy techniques, you need to understand what these behavioral techniques that they do in sexual therapy. It's really attempts to get people out of these spaces, out of this kind of space, and this kind of space, and into this kind of space. It is an attempt, behaviorally, to shift the experience of time and space. And if you look at the Masters and Johnson techniques, you will see that it's an attempt to shift into this different kind of space. If you can help an individual get into this, then they will not necessarily have to split off. See, the compulsive split is not the same thing as being able to include it into your relationship. So what you're trying to do in sex therapy is to help a couple include this into their experience of space and not have to experience it in a split. Usually, in terms of extramarital affairs, what you're seeing is this split occurring and being acted out. And then what will happen is, if they go ahead and get married to the person that they're having the extramarital relationship with, then the dynamic will set itself up again, and then the split will occur again. You'll see this constantly in therapy. Yes?
So you're saying that the king, in other words, really doesn't get in touch with his real feelings.
That's right.
The lover.
That's right.
He has to get in touch with them with the queen. So
well, see, what he's got to do is to get in touch with them within himself.
Yes.
That is to say, that's right. But he's got to get in touch with all of these aspects within himself, because what will happen with this kind of a sort of a corporate CEO type male, they will let the woman carry the lover for them. Just as we talked about the magus male letting the warrior woman carry the warrior for him. The CEO male will expect the woman to carry all the lover for him. So it's split off in any case. So what he's got to do is to learn to bring that part of the lover awake in him so he can embody that himself. He doesn't have to split it off first on the wife and maybe on somebody else later. But it's really a drama that has, it's an external drama and an internal drama at the same time. And the more one-sided you are in terms of the ego's relationship to these configurations, the more you will have to have other people outside carrying this stuff in projection. See, you talked about the narcissistic male that makes an alliance with a dependent female, or vice versa. There again, you see another kind of configuration that's very common. So what you want to do when you're looking at relationships, if you're working with couples, or even if you're working with individuals, look at what configurations they have become comfortable manifesting, relating to, as egosyntonic, we say. What are they comfortable with? See. What then, you'd ask in a Jungian vein, then what is in the shadow for them? If it's in the shadow for them, they may be having their spouse carry it. It's possible. May not be. Because you know, in these king-queen marriages, the spouse doesn't really carry the lover. See that? The lover's in the shadow there. The spouse isn't carrying it. In the king-lover marriage, spouse is carrying the lover for the king. Yes?
Could you say something about the different natures of creativity in the king and queen and the lover?
Yes. Yes.
What is the question again, please?
She's saying, what about creativity? What about the way in which these things relate to creativity? The thing about the king and the queen, they tend to be the facilitators of creativity, particularly in others. The mentor, the good teacher. See, if the king and queen in you is doing what it's supposed to be doing, you would really be able to release the creativity in others. You'll be able to let them manifest their creativity without being threatened by it. You're able to let them manifest, and you make the world for them to manifest in. See, you contain it. That's what schools are supposed to do. You're supposed to create this vessel in which the creativity flows from the students, and then you mirror it. Ah, that's great. You're so wonderful. See? That's what it's for. The lover is the generator of the passion. See? That is you can even talk about that. That's the flow of libido itself. So in other words, it's welcoming the lover. Actually, the king sort of welcomes this wellspring, in others. It's not threatened by it. And because the king and queen provide this order, they're not so overwhelmed by the passion. And this is think about kids. Think about the passion in kids, the enthusiasm of kids. And think about your enthusiasm. Are you in touch with it? What happens when you let yourself be in touch with it? If you didn't have a good relationship with a good king or queen, you're probably a little ambivalent about your enthusiasm. See? A kid who is in touch with that passion needs to have parents or parental figures around who are not threatened by it and who can welcome it. But a lot of the time we have had so much of an encounter with shadow kings and shadow queens that when we're enthusiastic, we kind of get squelched. So there's the kind of the creativity continuum. The passion comes out in you if you've got an adequate one who blesses you. That's why artists are so in need of somebody to admire them. It's the search for mirroring. If you got the mirroring, you can create often. Other comments? We've got about 20 minutes or so. Yeah.
I know this is on relationships. Talk about the fundamentalism. The fundamentalism movement. Why?
Well, all the fundamentalisms that I know about, the Islamic fundamentalism, the Christian fundamentalism, tend to be organized in this sort of warrior mode. And you can tell because they always have an enemy out here that's out here. There really is an enemy, but the enemy is the grandiosity of the human race, the sort of the grandiosity in the shadow of all of us. And the warrior part does need to, if you study the martial arts, you can really see this clearly. Because in the martial arts, they teach that the real enemy is within. And it's really ego, they say. And so if you're a kendo master, if you're a kendo black belt, that's the way of the sword. The first thing that the sword is supposed to do is to kill, is to chop you this way. Chop your ego. That is what you and I would say, infantile grandiosity. It is to chop your grandiosity that is getting in your way of being a true warrior. That's the way the martial arts deal with it. So these literalisms, these fundamentalisms, get into a kind of a projected enemy. The enemy's out there. It's not my own egoism. And it's not to say that, for example, Islam. Islam is very militant in the war against drugs. Not all of the things that these Islamic fundamentalists are against are things they shouldn't be against. They are able to fight. That's one of the good things about fundamentalists of various kinds. The problem is they tend to make everybody into the enemy, everybody else, and not to see the enemy within. That's normally our problems. Other comments? Yes?
Some of that fundamentalism, the king and queen were sure they know what's best for you if you're going to grow up. There's kind of a sweet thing, and they have the absolute answers. They know
that's right. Well,
that's their sense of super order kind of.
That's right. They know the right order for you. And so there's a kind of an identification with God.
It's a potent thing.
Yes, that's right. I mean, if I am the archetypal father, I know what's right for you. And so there's a kind of a king inflation or a queen inflation there. So there's a control. There's a lot of control that comes in this. A lot of a desire to control you. You're a child, let me control you. Yes?
Would you talk about the Hamlet king, queen? The self-doubting, or aren't they introverted, isolationists?
Yeah. Well, there's one of the things you see a lot. He's asking about sort of the weak, impotent king, which we see a lot in our society today. What you see a lot is not, I think probably in terms of statistics, you would see a lot more weak, inadequate king figures in families than you would see the narcissistic personality disorders in terms of being the big daddy. They're a lot more absent, ineffectual types. And so in that type of person, the tendency is for the man, if he doesn't really feel kingly, he tends to want to constantly be passing the power to somebody else. He tends to idealize some other men. He will, usually find somebody else to idealize and give that idealizing transference to them. This makes for a person that will be a real compliant figure in some organization or maybe in a cult, that type of thing. Yes?
I wonder if we've been saying that therapists are generally musician types.
They usually have a strong helping of that, yes.
If one is a therapist in training, obviously your professors and supervisors also have
a lot of that.
During that time, do you both go head to head as side by side as a musician, or does the student end up
moving to some other archetype.
Very interesting. Graduate students will often, those of you who are graduate students will often expect the graduate professor to be a positive king, positive queen. It's a terrible mistake. It's very seldom that you will ever find a graduate professor who has got a healthy relationship to the king or queen. You're right. They usually are more into the magician. Now, it's very interesting what an inflated magician will do. An inflated magician will always find 14 different things wrong with your argument and send you back to read 20 more books to get it right. See? In other words, the inflated magician in a professor is always a deconstructionist. They always see that you're wrong. They're right, you're wrong. And this is the kind of the professor plague. I mean, I'm a graduate of the University of Chicago in my doctoral program, and we at the University of Chicago, we major in magician inflations. I mean, other people have it too, but I have so many. I had back in those days. I had so many friends I remember who looked to the professors for nurture, and they did not get it. And many of them quit their programs or figured that there must be something wrong with me that I'm not getting this nurture from my graduate professor. But it was clearly what you're talking about. It wasn't anything wrong with the student. It's just that the student should not have expected the professor to be a good king or a good queen because they didn't have it in them.
So it's not going to help the student to try to move into another...
To a child position with the professor? It's not safe to be in a child position with a graduate professor.
You got to hide your magic.
You need to hide your magic a little bit. You need to admire. See, the thing that a graduate student has to do with a graduate professor is to mirror them. Admire. You are so brilliant. You are absolutely brilliant, and I have benefited so much from your courses. What you think? Yeah. And that makes me very smart in your eyes. Usually, yeah. Do what? She says, does that emasculate the male students? I think it depotentiates all students.
Right, but for male, no.
See, the problem is that you can see this mentoring, see the crisis of mentoring in our culture because if you're not consolidated enough, it doesn't mean you're organized with the king or the queen, but if you don't have enough of that positive king and queen in you, then I will see your potentiation. You're getting more powerful, more strong, and more articulate as Fred. And so the only way, be like King Saul in the Bible. You know, King Saul didn't like it that David was getting better.
And don't assume that all
Oh, it's right. It's not. I don't think it would be inaccurate to say that some women professors are shadow queens and into the shadow magician as well. See.
What happens if you have a love relationship where the lover sees the other person as a king or queen, but that other person doesn't see themselves as that? They see themselves as maybe the magician.
Well, that's something that happens a lot. He's saying, what happens if I'm seeing you as the king or queen, but you don't see yourself that way? You see yourself more as the magician. Well, then what you will do is you will not be able, it won't feel good. What I'm getting from you won't feel good. Your idealization of me will really feel really bad to me. And I will tell you, don't do that to me. And I'll start pushing you away. And that will probably make you very nervous. And your abandonment anxiety will get very exacerbated, and you will cling to me more. And I will push you away more vociferously, and you will cling to me more. It's a lot of couples like that. In fact, some of the work that's been done on couples lately shows that there's almost always in any relationship one that maintains the distance and one that pushes the cling. So you could always ask yourself, well, which one am I? Yes.
Doesn't it switch?
It will switch if the personalities begin to grow and change. It will switch. And whereas I chased you before, then if I start getting really independent, this will freak you out. And you will have to figure out what to do about that. Whether you're going to decide to leave me and find somebody else that will chase you, or whether you're going to start moving more toward me. We hope to be the latter. Yeah.
I'm trying to solve world politics. What if you have two kings like Gorbachev and Bush, and there's none of the queenly part or the lover part? How are you going to solve any world?
Well, there's always the problem, see. The problem in relationships is always whether or not the human person has got enough of a conscious relationship to this archetypal reality that they do not have to be the one in the spotlight all the time. And see, one of the things that's been interesting about Bush, now you can say whether if you think that Bush is just a wimp or whether you think Bush is clever. Because if you notice that summit, that recent summit, they said, some of the commentators disagree on this. Some of the commentators said, well, it's very interesting to watch the way in which Bush is able to let Gorbachev shine. And not just Gorbachev. He's able to let the president of France shine in a way without challenging it. Go ahead and let it shine. And some of the commentators say that's because he understands the need of these people to have their glory. And some would say, well, he's just not strong enough to challenge it. But now that's a matter of interpretation. Clearly in relationships, you need to be able to sort of give Lucifer his due. Go ahead and shine, O bright one. We need to be able to let the other shine some. Because if we can't, it means that we've got to have somebody that will mirror us all the time. And that's a very...
But Bush's whole career has been one who has allowed other people
to shine.
Number one assistant.
Yeah, and the question would be then whether or not he has a deep, strong enough connection with his own king resources that he will be able to maintain centeredness against pressure. See, that's what you always look for. Can a person be firm under pressure? If they are capable, if they're really anchored deeply into their own king or queen, they're not pushovers for anybody, but they're able to mirror other people. Yeah.
This sounds more like a magician.
Well, it's really highly developed magician.
Yeah.
In other words, any political leader better have a lot of magician.
Only because he seems to be able to be the catalyst and let everybody else move around.
That's what we would like to think. We would like to think that Mr. Bush has got a lot of magician and he understands a lot of this. And we would like to think it's not because he's like King Arthur in Camelot. See? Yes, back here.
Still, it gets back to the point that you can't make an ocean into a pond.
Right.
By trying to put down an anchor,
that's right,
that you can stand totally firm against any.
That's right. You can't make an ocean into a pond. That's right.
The magician can be very sly also, deceitful.
That's why the trickster, the boy magician is a trickster. The person that's always making practical jokes, that's a person that's really possessed with this magician thing. And it's the Jungians always talk about the hermetic. Hermes and the Hermetic side. That's also the magician. Now you see me, now you don't. And what you think you see may not be what you see. And that's the trickster side of the politician. And if a politician doesn't have a good bit of that, they won't last. Yes.
When you're talking about letting Lucifer shine or mirroring in terms of the graduate student and the professor, I can see how that diffuses the immediate situation, but it doesn't seem to me to heal the relationship. Is there any way to Is there any way to heal that relationship?
Well, you know, what is hopeful in relationships, see, if we wait around until we do not have a part of us that needs to be mirrored and adored and celebrated as sort of God then we're going to be waiting for hell free to go. Because, you know, the Hindus have got a way of dealing with this. When they walk up to you, they say in fact, thou art God, is their greeting. And that's what that's about. I mean, they don't have the psychoanalytic theory, but they come up, thou art God, and that satisfies the God within. And so we in effect have to find ways to say to each other with a little humor and maybe a little wisdom, thou art God, or thou art goddess. And if you get the idea, or if your archetypal self within gets the idea that I don't notice that you're a god, or that you're a goddess, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it one way or the other. So in other words, in relationships, it really helps if you will adore. I can tell you in relationships, if you want to err, you want to err on a little bit on the side of adoration. You know, just adore a little bit more, and with a sense of humor. And you know, if your spouse doesn't adore you enough, you can try this thing. Just say to me, just once in a while, I am really enthusiastic about you. Just once in a while. You don't have to say it very often. One of the things you do in couple therapy is to say, well, you don't have to say this very often. Just once in a while, just look at them and say, you know, you're really adorable. You know, it doesn't take too much energy to say that, but it helps the grandiose self-organization. You know, if that grandiose self-organization, if that little God within doesn't get some adoration, it's going to look elsewhere for it. See? So, yes.
Charisma and the perception of archetypal.
Oh, absolutely. As what we talk about as a charismatic personality, that is a person that is connected pretty tight with his archetypal self.
You mean identified with, or?
Some of them are identified with it, some of them are not. See, the key is whether or not they are fueled with it. If they're fueled with it, they shine a little bit. See? And it doesn't mean a really exciting person doesn't need to be possessed by the archetypal self. They just need to be in touch with it. If they're in touch with it, there will be a lot of energy, there will be a lot of enthusiasm. You'll notice something. They won't be depressed. See, depression is a kind of a deflation, not an inflation. It's a hidden inflation. But you really feel you're not really, the ego is not really being fueled in a positive way with energy. But a charismatic person is fueled with that. Now, a lot of them are possessed by it. Or what will happen, a leader will not be possessed when he starts out. Like Jim Jones. Think about Jim Jones. Jim Jones, when he started, you know who Jim Jones was? The guy in the Guyana tragedy. When he started out, he wasn't psychotic. He was just a very effective, social, active clergyman in the Disciples of Christ Church. But as he got more and more of a following, here's what happens. It happens in therapy all the time. The more of a following you get, the more transferences you get, more idealizing transferences you get. The more idealizing transferences you get, the more inflated you get. And you can't help it. You will start getting more inflated. And then if you're really conscious, you will find ways to get down and get grounded. But if you do not have a lot of consciousness, the more idealization you get, the more inflated you will get, and then you will start getting very crazy. And then you'll start getting very possessed. And you'll be like Gary Hart. You will say, well, why don't you have the press just check me out? Why don't you just have the press check me out? You know? And they will. And all of a sudden, you're not president. Yeah.
Did the Playboy philosophy, was that an effort then to do something with the lover?
I suspect their fantasy of what they were doing would be their fantasy was, I can't speak for Playboy magazine, Hugh Hefner, but I suspect that what they were trying to do was to try to bring more consciousness in about the lover archetype. I don't think that's probably been the effect of it. But I think that's probably what they would say. Yes, well, it's quite clear that in Christianity, there's a lot of this sort of Manichaean stuff that thinks the safest thing to do with the lover and sexuality is to split it off and demonize it. And that's why we have this split in the Christian tradition between Mary Magdalene and Mary, Mother of God. Probably what we need to do is to have a little fusion there, and then we'll get the Queen of Heaven in all of her fullness. Yes. Go ahead.
The lovers in the Shakespearean comedy come in disguise for mistaken identity. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, I think she's saying that they come in disguise, mistaken identity. I think that shows this difficulty we have with the lover. If you just think about all the people you know, think of the people you know who are really on comfortable terms with their archetypal lover. Really comfortable terms with it. It's not a large number. And the ones that are really mainlining, a lot of them have severe problems. There are a lot of borderlines that are really in touch with this lover stuff. A lot of the promiscuous behavior and substance abuse problems that we see in borderlines are because of the way in which they're mainlining this archetypal lover stuff. They're real in touch with it, but you couldn't say they're comfortable with it. They're not comfortable with it because it's just running roughshod. And a lot of the other people that you find, look at all the people around who are chronically depressed. A chronic problem with this lover energy. And that's why the arts are so important. That's why poetry is so important. I think that's why Robert Bly is receiving so much response from men around the country today. Because Bly is helping men try to connect with the lover through poetry. And they know they need it. It's an amazing thing to sit with about 150 men from all over the country that have come to hear poetry reading, hear Bly read poetry. It's an interesting thing, and I think it's related to this lover problem. Yeah.
So like sex is used in the advertisement?
I think that's why sex sells everything. He says is that why sex is in advertising? Because it's so shadowy and so unintegrated that it tends to carry a lot of numinosity, a lot of power, a lot of magical power, and it promises to people, the advertising promises to people that you can have this if you just get such and so deodorant or whatever. But it's really playing on our problem. And what you think about, back to Alice Miller, the reason this is so in the shadow is because we've been hurt so much in our early love relationships. And when we're hurt so much in our early love relationships, then we have this split off a lot. Anytime you see the archetypal lover constellating compulsively in somebody's life, you see that the human lover has been very hurt. That's a rule. That's the Jungian thing of compensation. The psyche always compensates with what's missing. If you see somebody that is acting out a lot of the archetypal lover, promiscuously and so forth, it's because of the hurts in their love relationship as children. Other comments before? Yeah.
While you're right there, what is the real connection between the substance abuse addiction and that love relationship or the love?
She says, what is the relationship between the substance abuse thing and the lover? I think there's several ways to think about that. I think that a person that has got a substance abuse problem has got a faulty relationship here, and so they cannot handle the intensity of their energies that they're experiencing. One of the things is clear, that anytime you've got a bad connection with the king or the queen in your life, then you will have tremendous anxiety. The Cohutians would say you will tend to get overstimulated a lot. And you will have to do something compulsively to self-soothe. You will have to do something to calm yourself down. And so the anxiety level itself, because of a faulty connection here, will cause you to do something, eat, drink, take dope or something, to soothe yourself. But the very form of substance, notice, it is things. You can look at consumerism as a kind of a lover phenomenon. It is people trying to learn, trying to get this capacity to cherish the world, cherish real things. That's the lover. The lover is embodied. It cherishes things. And so consumerism is sort of a backdoor acknowledgement of the lover. And it is primitive in its form, just like substance abuse is. But if you want to look at that, look at the work that's been done by Jan Bauer on alcoholism. She's got a book on alcoholism and women, and I don't think it's just alcoholism and women. I think it's alcoholism. It is a connection with the passionate self, the exhibitionistic self that is focused there. All of these are exhibitionistic in a certain way, except the magician. And the magician, when one is really inflated in the magician, one wants to be admired for that too. Yeah.
Can you put that into the elements? I'm sorry, I just can't resist.
You mean earth, air, fire, and water? I'll bet you could. I'll bet you could if you thought about it. Because, astrology and all these old traditional diagnostic systems, the earth, air, fire, water, the ancients had these elaborate diagnostic systems based on that. And I'll bet you could do that. I haven't done it, but I'll bet you could. Yeah.
What makes the best type of relationship then in this system? Would it be two magicians who, if the magician is the one who is able to regulate all the others and be conscious of all the other spaces, then...
Well, you would have to have, the goal in relationships would be to develop the differentiation between yourself and all of these so that you have a connection with all of them and you can be aware of what you're needing to develop more in different situations. So it would be the capacity of your ego, your conscious mind, to be aware of the way your family shaped you, and then to begin to fill out more in your capacity to relate to all of these. So the optimum relationship would be a relationship in which you would be able to access each of these appropriately with a partner. It's like if you needed to parent children, you would be able to get into the king and queen together. If you needed to make war on something together, you would be able to cooperate in that task. If you needed to be working together on understanding your relationship, go into couple therapy and work a little bit on you developing the two magicians about the relationship. When you want to develop your love life with each other, you get into this garden space. And people can do this. So the idea is not to be in one or the other. The idea is to develop the ego in such a way that these can be accessed as is needed in a relationship. It's a big order, isn't it? I mean, Jungians throw this word individuation around. Individuation. Are you individuated yet? Have you gotten to the point that you can take your inferior function and integrate it right into your ego? Well, it's a tall order, but, therapists work with this stuff all the time, and they're not Jungian. A lot of them are not Jungians, but they work with helping people kind of integrate more of these things. All therapies try to help people get a little less childish, a little bit more open to other sides of themselves. And so you can see that we don't have to be perfectionistic about this to understand that it gives you a little grasp of the different landscapes that we're trying to integrate. And so if you will just reflect on this, I think you will be able by tonight I think you ought to sit down with a piece of paper and write down the way you are organized on one side and the way you think your partner is organized. And then discuss this with them and ask them to do a similar little exercise and see if your charts agree. Say if you're a person, if you're shaped like me, you would be Magus, warrior. This would be my order. Magus, warrior, king, lover. If I didn't watch it, I would never take a vacation. But you may be organized lover, warrior, something, king. And it's amazing. I do this with everybody I work with. It's amazing. People are radically different on this. And you just need to be able to write down, based on your understanding of what your traits are and what your strengths are, what you're most comfortable with, how you think you're organized. And then your partner. And then look at that and see, well, now what probably are our problems that are the result of this? Where do we need to work? We're out of time. Thank you very much. It's been a lot of fun. Think about this, and if you come up with brilliant insights, mail them to me, okay?